Madam President, we are live.
That's not all of
Good evening. I, Zenaida Rosario, the President of the Governing Boards, call the October 16, 2025 regular board meeting of the San Ysidro School District to order at 5 o'clock. Before we begin roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. And Pablo is here on the east wall. Number 2, roll call. I will now ask our Superintendent and Secretary to the Board, Dr. Potter, to conduct the roll call for our attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. And we are on agenda item number 2. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our board meeting. Our roll call, beginning with Board President, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, we have all 5 board members here.
Thank you. Now I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda. May I have a second?
Second.
The motion was made by me, Zenaida Rosario, and seconded by board member Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Number 4, public comments, communications on closed session items. Do we have any? We do not have one. Allegedly, Adra.
Hello again. Here to hold public servants accountable. So as you guys go into closed session, and you're going to be, having different items that you're going to be looking at and potential anticipated litigation. As I told you last time, the sad thing is that these things happen behind closed doors so that the public cannot be aware of all of the fraud, waste, and abuse that takes place within these types of organizations. And it's very sad because people like to gloat and tout that they are being transparent and that they're holding people accountable, but we can see that that is not true. As it was last week or the week before, went to court in Chula Vista for Jaime Godinez, who was an employed by the school district, who had his DNA left in the underwear of a 4-year-old little girl. And last time I was here, you guys said that you make sure that all children are safe, and as the president looks away because you cannot face the fact that you know that you are not making sure that all children are safe. So as you sit here with anticipated litigation, the litigation that should come forward is from the parents that you are trying to claim that their child is safe when this actually took place because somebody was able to go during a nap time and engage in sexual behaviors with a preschooler. Does it have to be your child, your family member, your friend's child for it to matter? I'm just wondering, because you want to sit here and hide things, and that lets public trust fall to the wayside. You guys claim that you want to be trusted, that you are doing the best that is in the best interest of children, but if this is taking place and you're actually hiding it further, because how do we know that that is the only child? When pedophiles go and do their business, they go to where children are, and they are not monsters, they are actually people that befriend children. And so if this man felt close enough to do this to this little girl, how many other children could potentially be victims of this man? And the fact that you want to hide it means that you could potentially have more sexual predators that you have hired or have allowed to work in your school district and are refusing to do anything. These are the types of things that make you personally liable, and people should come after you on a personal capacity. Because you sit there and you say one thing and your actions prove another. It is time to course correct, because Children should matter more than your image, than your paycheck, than, people liking you. It is better to stand in the gap for children than to be complicit in the abuse of them. So it is time to course correct, and I urge you to do so immediately.
Thank you. So now, 5.1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. 5.2, Government Code Section 54957. 5.3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation.
Madam President, I'd like to recess in closed session at 5:06 p.m.
Is there a second? May I have a vote? Motion passes 5-0. We are now going into closed session.
Madam President, we are live.
Call to order. We are now reconvening into open session from closed session at 6:38. And we do have one report up.
For item 5.2, the board voted unanimously to terminate a classified employee. The motion was made by trustee Martinez and seconded by trustee Rosario. Is it not loud?
Excuse me. Once again, this is your second and final warning to please stop disrupting. We do not run board meetings like this. This is the second warning. If you disrupt the meeting one more time, you will all be asked to leave. It's our policy. It's the way we run board meetings. Excuse me, if you all have to leave, you know who to blame. She's not being disrespectful.
Let's repeat what you just said.
Yeah, I think I should
A little
just
bit
repeat
louder.
it. Yeah. I don't think it was as loud as it is now. No, I think it's turned up. Item 5.2, the board voted unanimously to terminate a classified employee. The motion was made by trustee Martinez and seconded by trustee Rosario.
Thank you. Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up the headset. Pablo, you're still recording? Okay, there he is, if you need that. I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Potter, to conduct the roll call for attendance. Dr. Potter?
Thank you, Madam President. And we are on agenda item number 7. Welcome everybody to our governing board meeting. The roll call beginning with Board President, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Parada.
Present.
Madam President, we have a quorum of 5.
Thank you. Now I will ask Dr. Potter to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President. Please rise. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
Conference sessions and reports. I will now like to call up the Golden Bell authors to present the first board presentation titled, Rooted in Community, Rising in Unity, a Model Community Schools Ecosystem. First we have Roxanne Palestino, who will be speaking on 9.1 on this item.
What item is it?
9.1.
SYSD Golden Bell presentation. I'd just like to remind everyone that we have 3 minutes. Keep an eye on the clock. And I will ask you to close your statements if you're getting very close to your time up.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here today because I'm sick and tired of watching this district give itself awards. You celebrate each other while families are losing trust, teachers feel unheard, students are the ones paying the price. These shiny presentations don't fool us anymore. You can give yourself golden bells, but what we see is a broken system. Safety failures, poor communication, and leadership that hides behind polished slides instead of facing hard truths. You do not deserve awards for ignoring parents or silencing community voices, or hiding such a serious case and calling it a safety incident. minimizing a huge problem. We are asking the board to finally do your job, hold our superintendent and administration accountable. The community is demanding an FCMAT audit. That means a Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team audit, a state-level review that investigates financial management, governance, and ethical conduct in school districts. If this district is as strong as you claim, then prove it, because el que nada debe, nada teme. We want transparency, not trophies. We want accountability, not applause. And we want leaders who serve the community, not their own image. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino y hablo como madre y como miembro de esa comunidad. Estoy aquí porque ya estamos hartos de ver cómo este distrito se da premios entre ustedes mismos mientras las familias pierden la confianza, los maestros no son escuchados y los estudiantes pagan las consecuencias. Esos reconocimientos no nos engañan más. Pueden darse campanas doradas, pero la realidad es que hay falta de transparencia, fallas de seguridad, no hay cámaras funcionando en las escuelas y una administración que esconde los problemas en lugar de resolverlos. No se merecen premios por ignorar a los padres ni por proteger su imagen mientras el distrito se hunde, mientras nuestra superintendente protegió su imagen y la de un pedófilo como Jaime Godínez por más de 8 meses. Exigimos que la mesa directiva haga su trabajo y que pidan una auditoría FCMAT. Esta auditoría estatal, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, revisa cómo se maneja el dinero público, el liderazgo y la ética dentro de los distritos escolares. Sin tanto presumen de ser un modelo, entonces demuéstrenlo, porque el que nada debe, nada teme. Queremos transparencia, no trofeos. Queremos responsabilidad. Queremos líderes que sirvan al pueblo, no a su propio ego. Gracias.
The CSDA Golden Bell presentation, Rooted in Community, Rising in Unity, a model community schools ecosystem. Now we will have the presentation. I'm going to stand up on the side.
Oh, we have two, one.
I got it.
Okay, you got it, thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Good evening, everyone. It's my very pleasure to let you know that recently
Under the Tier 3%, approximately 91 students receive intensive services, and 131 students have IEP counseling. Services provided include family therapy, students and parent counseling, along with health and social worker referrals through the embedded school link program. Some of our awards, notable services that we receive from our partners with the San Ysidro Education Collaborative founded in 2013, exemplifies the power and share vision and distribute leadership. Recently recognized with AXA Partners in Education Excellence Award, this volunteer coalition of education, business, and community leaders driving initiatives such as education and career pathways, parent engagement and support, and San Ysidro STEM. The Joy for Education campaign, inspirational movie nights, parent education workshops, 7th grade career internship day with the La Americas outlets, and the 6th grade career presentations build student motivation and community pride. Events like annual STEM Fair, hosted in partnership with the Fleet Science Center, provided over 30 exhibitors and pathways to STEM careers and education for families. Similarly, San Ysidro Women's Club, established in 1937, nurtures student potential through scholarships, awards, and its beloved Teddy Bear for Kids holiday tradition. Now in its 25th year, delivering books, blankets, cheers to thousands of families. Our local professional teams, San Diego Padres and Los Angeles Chargers, have played a vital role in supporting our district by actively engaging with students and families. The contributions have included providing nutritious meals, delivering motivational speeches, and visiting school campuses to meet our students and uplift and inspire our community. Through the presence and outreach, these teams have helped foster a sense of unity, hope, and encouragement, making a meaningful impact on our students and families' well-being and morale. Innovative services like mobile medical unit through the San Ysidro Health and a school link through South Bay Community Services bring licensed health professionals directly to campuses. UC San Diego provided school-based researchers during the COVID pandemic to ensure health safety.
So from the boardroom to the classroom, our governing board plays a leading role in approving community partnerships. We recognize the diverse needs of our students and our families. Over 40 active partnerships, and they are all aligned to our San Ysidro School District LCAP. Their leadership has resulted in a very high impact equity center implementation that uplifts our students and empowers them, our families, and our communities.
Built to last and ready to scale. It is built intentionally sustainable. We have decades of stable, vast networks with private, local, state, and federal organizations. We have regular progress monitoring and needs assessments. We have oversight, innovation, and quality assurance. It is highly replicable. Memorandum of understanding with partnerships, universal screeners, community health and social worker partnerships, university support, parent engagement, and board distinguished champions recognitions.
Because of these partnerships, we have many district spotlights that we share with our community. The first being our San Ysidro Education Collaborative, led by Cynthia Nagura, who was awarded an AXA Region 18 Community Partner Award across 2 counties, San Diego and Imperial counties. The second being our Sci-Fi Team Awards. Our dynamic sci-fi team not only won the Inspire Award from San Diego County Office of Education and the Classrooms of the Future for Special Education STEAM programs, but also the Fleet Science Program Center was awarded the same Community Partners Education Award for the county and state with our sci-fi program. We also have the 4th annual STEM Fair presented by our sci-fi team in collaboration with the Balboa Park Fleet Science Center, where over 2,500 of our students and families attended. The 10th Annual Families First Resource Fair offered 500 backpacks from our local donations and over 10 community partners this year alone. Finally, in this particular slide, we are most proud that those community partnerships and the deep and caring reach that we have from our schools to our families have brought to our community and to our district the winning of 5 general obligation bond measures within just the last 6 years, measures T and U for modernizing San Ysidro Middle School, building a community center, planning to build a new school, and also school safety and playground projects. We also just recently passed measures KK, LL, and MM. For 88 years, our district has sustained an exemplary ecosystem of community schools marked by concentric circles of robust partnerships that have lasted for decades. Notably, for example, in 1937, the San Ysidro Women's Club was established with a focus on partnering with our district to support women's health, childbirth, and the health and educational success of children in our community. For almost a century, thousands of women's and children's lives have been saved with accessible and often free health care, which began with Las Mujeres de San Ysidro. San Ysidro School District embraces a collective approach, and we thrive through deep partnerships with trusted community agencies, enabling us to extend our reach, build lasting trust, and deliver wraparound services that support the family, the child, and the community. These collaborations foster cultural relevance, deepen family engagement, and remove barriers to learning, creating an interconnected ecosystem where every student can thrive. To our authors and to our school leaders and to all of the educators that wrap their arms around the students and families in our community, please give them a clap.
Does anyone have any questions regarding the board presentation? No questions? No questions. And
Thank you.
I will comment during my time to comment, but thank you very much to all the authors, the hard work put in for this application to be recognized by CSBA Golden Bell. Now I would like to call up our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Jose Iniguez, and our Child Nutrition Services Production Coordinator, Anna Bush, to present the Child Nutrition Services presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Potter. With me here today, as stated, is Anna Bush, our CNS Nutrition Coordinator, and to my left is our CNS consultant, Sally Sparrow. And we wanted to give you an overview of our CNS program here tonight, beginning with the first slide.
The San Ysidro School District Child Nutrition Services has 33 employees. At district level, we have 4 in the office, and we have 7 site leads and 23 school nutrition service specialists.
And with that, you go first.
No, sorry. Okay, with that said, we serve, I'm sorry. Okay. Over 3,000 or 72% of San Ysidro School District students qualify for free or reduced meals. We serve breakfast, lunch, and a salad bar and a supper program at all sites. School calendar breaks. meals during school year breaks, seamless summer programs, and at the summer school sites.
That is to say, we feed our students year-round essentially. And so with that, we wanted to point out one thing here toward the bottom, and we'll speak more to it here in just a slide or two. But we want to make clear that at our district, every single student eats at no charge. We have what is known as a community eligibility provision, or CEP for short. But we do want to point out that there is currently a federal proposal to increase the threshold for that CEP that I'll explain in a slide or two. But down below, I'm not going to read every detail, but you can see just how many meals we've served over the last 2 years, and it's a significant amount, especially as it pertains to lunch. So thank you, and thank you to the CNS staff. And with that, we also wanted to talk here about what we are pushing for more and more, and many of you had an opportunity to sample that here at the beginning of the board meeting. But Anna, would you like to talk about this?
Yes, so here in San Ysidro in child nutrition, we strive to give the freshest prepared meals possible. So 73% of served meals are freshly prepared. The state average is 40%. Daily salad bars with vegetables and fruits are at every site. Inclusive of students, we have taste testing that we go to schools and we're sampling different menu items that we want to put on the menus for the students. Increased variety of fresh fruits and vegetables and freshly prepared meals, including molitas de nopal, quesadilla tacos, egg rolls, and pancake sandwich. Links, we also have linked to the district menus.
So before we show you the link to our district menu, I wanted to give Sally an opportunity to also speak to our freshly prepared meals, because as I said, it is very much a focus this year. We really want our students to have the best by way of freshly prepared meals.
Thank you so much for learning more about our program. As it's been mentioned, one of our goals this year is to continually have meals that have more fresh fruits and vegetables in them for the students, to serve meals that are responsive to what the students want to eat. And one of the things that I recently did was analyze our participation figures. And what I found out was, in the past, we would often see that there would be a spike when we served pizza. But this year, our meal counts are very similar every day. So we think that it is telling us that our students have a lot of trust in the food, that they're going to get something that they like every single day. One of the things that's also been a goal of ours is to increase our communication with the parents. And so I think we're going to have the link to our district menus.
No, they're going to have to click on the hyperlink in the prior slide. There you go.
Okay.
So this is the landing page for our meals.
Yeah, it's right on the district's website, and you can see it's organized by the school. And it's available in multiple languages. When you go up there, you can select whichever language you want. There's about 30 more that I could put in there, but that just gives you an example of the kind of things that we want to be able to communicate. There's also a place where you can rate the food. Yeah, and if you go on to, La Mirada, you'll see, why don't we look at lunch? Yeah, let's look at, We had the taquito samples for people today. But if you click on where it says taquitos, it'll show a picture and a description and the nutritional information for that item. Yeah, and then you can rate it down there. So we really try to have a lot of information for decision-making about what goes on our menus. Another thing we're really committed to is having one vegetarian or vegan entree every day for lunch. because we want those students to feel welcome in our cafeteria. We also are committed to supporting our local vendors. We work with local farms in season as things are available. We get our tacos and fileras made here right in San Ysidro.
Yes.
And so we're very committed to supporting the community. So.
Thank you. And I just want to say one more thing here, because there's 2 more slides if you're counting, actually 3. But what I want to say is a lot of the success is literally a direct result of the taste testing with our students. So we're actually getting our students involved and getting their feedback. And so now we're going to share a few successes and challenges with you within our CNS department.
Okay, so last year we had a positive state audit commending for our quality of menu and meals. We increased student taste testing and choices. We received the golden level turn the beat around awards that only 14 are given out for the
Whole state of California.
for the whole state of California.
For gold.
So for gold. And then recently we hired a new area production lead to help out with the different tasks that has to be done between the offices and our office and the cafeterias. Meals counts have remained stable, which represents that our students really do enjoy their meals. There's no spikes. So that's something that we really are striving for. CNS is financially self-sufficient. Again, we had the new bilingual detailing menus interface, and at this time, we are fully staffed in our department.
Thank you, Anna. And so some of our challenges, supply chain, it's just always going to be an issue right now with regard to the economy, but that's one challenge that we're trying to overcome. But another challenge that I'm going to speak to here in detail on the next slide is the impact on our schools, not just our school, but all of our schools here in California with regard to some of the proposed federal mandates. Next slide. So right now, as indicated, we operate under what is known as a community eligibility provision, which essentially means that all of our students receive 1 breakfast, 1 lunch, no questions asked. This is separate from our after-school meals program because we do offer that, but once again, no questions asked. And in addition to that, students can eat the salad bar as often as they want. They can come back as often as they want to eat from the salad bar. And as a comparison to the right, there is another program that's called the Free Reduced Meal Program that I'm going to get to in a second. But what I wanted to say is, if you look at that left column, second row, the threshold for a district to qualify for the CEP threshold is 25% right now. And that is what we're concerned about, that is going to increase. Everything that's coming to us right now, all of our information is that threshold is going to increase to 60%, as you see in the right column. That would be beginning the next school year. So what's the problem with that? Well, the problem with that is we may not meet that eligibility district-wide. So here's what we anticipate to the best of our knowledge. That is to say, if in fact the number or percentage of our families that we need to qualify for this is now at 60%, that is to say meet the federal poverty threshold, we anticipate that 25% of our students are not going to be eligible. But we also anticipate another 25 who may be eligible, but may be either afraid to apply, because what's going to happen is they're going to have to provide documentation of their income. So it is possible that combined 25% plus 25%, as you see in the last row, could lead to a significant loss in revenue, because Anna did say earlier that we have to be self-funding. We have to operate independently of the main budget here at the district, and we do that by essentially serving meals and being reimbursed. And so now, as you can see, if we're not going to have our students that are going to be receiving these meals, we're not going to be able to essentially be reimbursed for those. And so what may end up happening there is we may end up essentially not only losing the number of meals that we serve, but also possibly reducing staff. And that's really the bottom line. And no one enjoys hearing that, but it looks like that's what's coming down the pike for next year. But with that, Yeah,
Dr.
absolutely, yes.
I do want to have a question.
Yes.
So what you're saying here is because of the federal government's cuts to our free school lunch program, that we're not going to be able to serve our kids next year because of that?
Not necessarily. What I'm saying is that there's going to be a new protocol that students and families are going to have to go through in order to receive a meal. Whereas right now, every single student in our district gets a meal, no question asked, you don't have to submit any paperwork. If that threshold increases to 60%, what's going to happen is every student who wants a free or reduced meal is going to have to submit documentation about their income. And so as a result of that, some students are going to be eligible for that free and reduced lunch, but not all.
I have a significant problem with that,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you why. Is unacceptable for me. And more importantly, if there are nonprofits through our partnerships that we can work together to help subsidize those meals, it's extraordinarily important. Kids are gonna go hungry because of this stuff. And I just wanna lay it out there.
And I also want to make sure that we give support to parents who are not filling out these applications. Sometimes it could be, and I'm not saying language barrier because I know we provide the information in Spanish, but sometimes we do have parents who don't read, can't read, or I've seen the forms because we used to do this 25 years ago.
Right.
And sometimes the forms are very complicated, so parents might look at it and say, I don't know how to fill this out. So I really think it's going to be very important that we have support where, let's say when the children are being registered at school, that we have somebody just there available to help parents fill out any form, because I don't want to see something like this for parents to have to do it online. Online is not the solution to so many things because so many people can't do it. I've seen parents crying at this district because they couldn't fill out the registration online. And so we have to understand that there are many people over 50 who may not be tech. So there's going to be something very critical so that we don't have a child not eating because they couldn't fill out the form.
Absolutely, I want the board to know, duly noted, please do not think in any way that we intend for any child to go hungry. We just wanted to apprise the board of the situation that we're in based on the federal mandates that are coming down. And we are definitely already working on what we can do to help and encourage, not just help process, but also encourage, because a lot of people aren't even gonna get to that point where they're even going to apply, because it's times right now where they may be scared to turn in paperwork. And so we're gonna do everything we possibly can, not just online, but also in person, to be welcoming. We're going to work all of every, research we already have, because Beto, who's back here, for example, we're gonna be working with her as well, because a lot of them are already directly qualified. They don't necessarily need to then take and fill out paperwork with us separately, but we're gonna try to essentially streamline it as much as possible and to be as welcoming as possible. And there are other ways to also provide meals for students in certain situations, but our goal tonight was simply to give the board an idea as to essentially what it is that's waiting for us here in the next school year, but we're certainly planning for it, yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Anna Bush, for mentioning that 72% of our population with students do qualify for free meals, and that's what I'm assuming is because those 72% are low income. So 25% could be the the only population that might not apply because they're not low income and they can afford food, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to reaffirm that. Okay,
Yeah.
that low income students will be receiving meals.
Yes, but again, if I may, the only difference is, because you're correct, they will be getting a meal. It's just that now they're going to have to go through a process of applying.
Yeah, like
But-
before COVID.
Correct, but you are correct. They are eligible for a free or reduced lunch, yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so if there are no other questions, last slide, we wanted to simply thank everyone, and for that, I'm gonna turn this over to Anna. We try to recognize our superheroes every day. They work very hard, as you see. We serve every day, 3,200 to 3,500 lunches every day, and it's the same for breakfast.
Yes, I'm very proud of my staff. They come in every day motivated. Our goal is to feed the students nutritious and delicious food. And a lot of things we have to overcome to get to that point. But we all come together, come up with suggestions, have conversations with the students, make it a very well-welcomed area for them to come in. And we do celebrate CNS superheroes every May. So it's a way for us to give back to our staff to show how much we do appreciate all the hard work that they do.
So in closing, we publicly want to say thank you to everyone in CNS for your hard work. It is not an easy job. It gets hot in there and it's just a lot of work. You really have to work as a team to get all those meals served. So thank you to everyone here at the table and thank you to everyone at home, CNS staff. So thank you.
Are there any more questions regarding this presentation?
I have one question for Sally.
Yes.
You are the certified CNS, actually, you're the one that makes the menu for the food, right?
Yeah, yes, I do, but it's a team effort, but in the end, I have to do all the certifications, yeah.
I just wonder why we don't offer lactose-free milk. Is that something that, it's not considered requirement? I know you give milk, regular milk, and you do have, I think it used to be, orange juice, but I think you don't anymore.
Right, it's something that any parent can request, and we'll provide it.
Oh,
So, yeah, we don't necessarily put it out for every student to take, but if the parents want their children to have that, they just need to let us know, and we'll provide that for them.
would they let the staff at the school, the parent?
The parent,
Or is there a form that they would need to fill out or no?
yeah,
There is?
it just says, I want my child to have this milk, and then you sign it. And then we have it in case the state comes and says you're not serving milk to the children the right way, so.
The other question is, I don't know, Mr. Innie, because I know sometime back, I made a comment and I wanted to see if the ovens at the schools were inspected to make sure, because I know that a lot of parents complain and the kids, that when the lunches come, they get served, they sit down and it's cold, so they don't want to eat it. So I think you did do something, you
Yes.
made a.
Yeah. And we retrained all the employees, and then we have them document the temperatures every day.
And every year we have
Yeah.
the ovens calibrated.
Yeah, and every year the ovens are inspected and recalibrated, yeah. But that was a good feedback, because it, it inspired us to tighten things up.
Okay, thank you.
And you feel how cold it is.
Absolutely, and since you asked, I'd say one more thing, with regard to anyone who asks us, a family, whether it's an IEP, whether it's just a medical note, as long as there's a medical note, we always bend over backwards to help families with special diet needs, or I don't know, maybe there's a peanut allergy or things of that nature, but all we ask is just let us know. what the doctor note recommendation is, and we always bend over backwards. These two ladies are always there to help and make that happen. In fact, that's already happened, what, maybe 4 or 5 times this year?
Oh, more
Absolutely.
than that.
More than that, yeah.
That
So-
should go within the IEP, if that's the.
Yes, but it's not because of that we help anyone who has a medical need. If it's a 504 IEP or just a temporary medical need, that's what we do.
You want all the students to feel that they're welcome in the cafeteria.
Yeah, just for people to know that they need to put it in the IEP, just if it's a student with a disability or something that can affect his diet.
If there are no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nine point three, overview of construction project protocols and campus security. We do have one speaker slip from San Palestina. 9.3.
This is for item 9.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm a proud parent and advocate for students with special needs here in San Ysidro. And we've done our homework. We read the Dr. Thiel's report, and the truth is painful. This district keeps failing our special education students year after year. That report wasn't written for decoration. It was a mirror reflecting everything families have been saying for years. Lack of accountability, poor communication, and leadership that talks about inclusion but doesn't practice it. Now I have to ask, what this district is finally going to hire a qualified special education director. From what parents are hearing, Ms. Colon has been put in that role, even though she's retired and has no real background or expertise.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Roxanne, we can hold the clock. This is on the overview of the construction project. I'm not sure that you're speaking to that.
Well, can I just finish and I'll figure out which item it is then?
Yes.
From what parents are hearing, how does that make sense? When our most vulnerable students need someone who knows the law, the services, and the urgency of their needs. Our kids can't wait. They need leadership that understands IEPs, supports and compliance, and learning on the job. Not someone learning on the job. This district keeps saying we're improving, but nothing changes because you keep recycling people with no experience or accountability. Stop wasting money on celebrations and empty slogans. Apply the recommendations from Dr. Thiel's report. Hire a real special education director. Give our children the services they are legally entitled to and morally deserve. Because right now, parents are doing your job, researching, advocating, and fighting for basic supports, while the district looks the other way. Our kids deserve better, and we're not going anywhere until they get it. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino, madre y defensora de los estudiantes con necesidades especiales en San Ysidro. Hicimos nuestra tarea y leímos el informe del Dr. Thiel, y la verdad duele. Este distrito sigue fallando a los estudiantes de educación especial. Ese informe no fue un adorno, un reflejo de lo que los padres hemos dicho por años. Falta de liderazgo, mala comunicación y promesas vacías sobre inclusión. Y ahora preguntamos, ¿cuándo van a contratar a un director de educación especial con experiencia real? Porque según lo que se comenta, la señora Colón fue puesta en ese puesto, aunque está jubilada y no tiene experiencia en educación especial. ¿Cómo es posible eso cuando nuestros niños necesitan a alguien con conocimiento, pasión y compromiso? Nuestros hijos no pueden esperar, necesitan liderazgo competente, no improvisación. Dejen de gastar el dinero en eventos y discursos y apliquen las recomendaciones del informe del Dr. Thiel. Contraten a un director
9.3, overview of construction project protocols and campus security presentation.
Thank you. With me here tonight, even though his name is not on the slide, is our construction program. Thank you. Manager, Mr. Kari Knowles. Thank you, Kari, for being here. What I want to do tonight is I want to give you a brief overview of how we go about constructing projects here at our district, especially since there are a lot that are coming up. And so with that, I wanted to just talk about and set the framework, if you will, with regard to what our funding resources are primarily for construction. And so, as you know, back in 2020, we passed Measures T and U that allowed us to engage in construction projects within the categories that you see listed there. I'm not going to read every little detail there for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions. But in 2024, we passed another set of bond measures, as you see, measures KK, LL, and MM. They also have their very specific categories for construction projects, as you can see. I'll just pick one, for example. Measure KK is essentially specifically to the Otay Mesa area, VDM and Ocean View Hills, and it does include new educational facilities, just as an example. But in total, what you have here are 5 bond measures. Okay? So with that in mind, the question then is, well, how does a school district go about constructing a school? There are many, many options. One is called the design build. So this is where a district can, if the project is over 1 million, it does allow for specific protocol or approach called design build. And what this does is it allows us to essentially look for what is known as a best value. And essentially, when we go ahead and do that, when we find a design builder that we think is going to provide us with the best value, not just the lowest price, that's the key, then we can negotiate essentially a guaranteed maximum price. And the advantage of that is that it reduces change orders. So for example, Sims and Bayer are those types of projects. And with the CDC move to La Mirada, that's also going to be a design build. So that's just one example of an option that's available to school districts. A second option that I'm not going to get into detail because we don't do that here is essentially what is known as a leaseback. And that essentially is where a district leases some property to a builder for a nominal amount, and in exchange, the builder then returns it to the district until the contract is paid for. And I'm oversimplifying it. There is a third here, but we are not engaged in that, and that is when there are specific energy conservation contracts, certain conditions that exist, we can engage in that type of contract. But beyond these 3, there is one other major type of way of building construction, and that would be what is known as formal bidding. It is governed by state law. And essentially, this is what one must do if there is no other alternative available. So for example, some of our construction projects, we've been able to do it because they're over 1 million, so we're able to use the design build. But if we didn't have that option, we would have to go, for example, with bidding. And so as you see here, bidding is a transparent process that's required by law. And there are essentially 2 categories in which this falls under. So for example, the first one is what we call public works. Public works is essentially construction, reconstruction, alteration, repair, paint and maintenance. Anything that's estimated to be over 15,000, we have to take out to a public, transparent, formal bid that I'm going to get into in just a minute. If it's not public works, for example, if it's equipment, materials, supplies, then if it's over estimated anyway, 114,800, then we have to take it out to bid. No ifs, ands, or buts. So what's the process for that? So when a district knows that it's going to need something, and it needs to use the bidding process, it publicly advertises it to as many people as possible. It has to be known to everyone. And the reason for that is because nobody wants any funny business in-house. I'm just going to show it to my uncle, I'm just going to show it to my cousin. It has to be absolutely public. And so with that, when people consider the bid, whether or not they want to do the work, they then turn into the district the sealed bids. They give that to the district in a manner that is complete. It has to be complete in order to be considered. Then it has to be publicly open. That is to say, if a member of the public wanted to go and see the public bidding, that's open to ensure that the district is in fact picking the lowest responsible bidder, then it's open to the public. But there's also the matter of the evaluation. The district also has to make sure that the person who's bidding can do the job. But the law essentially says that you have to be, or rather the district would have to give the contract to what is known as the lowest responsible bidder. That means that they not only meet all of the bid requirements, they didn't leave anything out of the application, but they also have to demonstrate that they're capable of doing the work. So for example, if you only have one employee, you're not going to be able to do a large school. So you have to meet those two criteria, and the district has to ensure that that is the case. But that is the category of what is known as bidding, and once again, it has to be public. It cannot be done in secret. It has to be absolutely transparent, and every step has to be done correctly. And then there is an alternative type of bidding that certain districts qualify for, including ourselves, and that is if the board passes a resolution, and this board, for example, has, it's a similar process. As you can see, the thresholds are if it's construction or public works, and it's up to $75,000 but not over, we can do what is known as informal bid. If it's equipment, not construction, we can go as high as $220,000, or we can do what is known as informal bidding. And that is to say, we don't necessarily have to take it to everyone and publish it, but we do publish it to our vendors that we have registered, all our contractors. And what we are allowed to do then, instead of the lowest responsible bid, we can take into consideration the best value. So what I've just done is I've just given you, and I do recognize it's very cursory, a presentation of the 5 different ways in which a school can go about building a school or obtaining equipment. With that background said, I want to get into the next part, which is, okay, so now the board, or not just our district, but any district, you have the funds now, so how do you go about choosing what it is that you're going to do? Well, typically what districts do, and feel free to jump in, is districts, the board in particular, they prioritize. What are those projects that we want to do with the GEO bond? So for example, this is just an example back in 2023, this is what the board prioritized. And so I do want the board to know that as a result of that, the next bullet point makes it clear that all of our measures T and U from 2020 are fully committed to these priority projects that you see here on the screen. However, the new 2024 measures, which are KKLL, we are scheduled to essentially issue the first series coming up here real soon. And what that means is you can't sell all your bonds all at once, right? The entire amount. You have to do it in a piecemeal fashion. So it'd be Series A, Series B, Series C. So in November, we're going to bring this back to the board for approval for the initial issuance that you see here right in front of you. But measures KK and LL, as you notice when I showed you the language, most of that is focused on building the new construction. And based on what we're getting in the Otay Mesa, with the amount of students that are moving in, most of what we see happening there is the building of a new school. But what's the problem with that? The problem with it is the cost. For a new school, and please correct me if I'm wrong because you're up to date, but it's going to be approximately $275 million. And so, am I far off? That's about $275 million. And so what I'm saying is when you look at the amount that is going to be allotted in these new measures, it's a good chunk of that. It's not cheap to build schools. So with that said, I wanted to get 2 more slides here.
Dr. Innigas, a couple of things.
Absolutely.
Before we move on.
Absolutely.
So obviously we need a new school in Otay Mesa East because of the capacity. We don't have enough room in Ocean View Hills and Vista Del Mar. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Have you, because there was a specific site plan that the city of San Diego approved regarding certain property or land that they essentially set aside. Have we looked into that already in terms of where we would consider doing that? And frankly, the way I look at it is a lot of developers are building a lot of construction, a lot of homes, making a lot of money. I'd recommend having that conversation with them as well to see how we can partner in closing that funding gap. Because the bottom line is that we ultimately need a new school. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
And I want to mention, I think a few years, maybe 2 years ago, when you brought this to us, to the board, you said that there was going to be a location for this school, but we had to share the land because they have to build a park as well. So then that limits the amount of land that we actually have allocated for a school. And when I think about the size of Ocean View and Vista del Mar, and I would hope that the land allocates at least the size of Ocean View, because the community, they already got rid of all the junkyards and there's a lot of building going on near Heritage Road, which I assume is part of our district and our community.
Yes. So in listening to both questions, let me see, I wouldn't give you as a thorough an answer as I possibly can, because first let me start with, yes, we have been proactively meeting with the developers, and I mean proactively. But what we're finding is that here in San Diego is kind of unique, and again, please correct me if you disagree, but it's kind of unique in comparison to the communities in that what the city will do when it approves a development is it will then sell it to multiple landowners within that land development. And so then what you have is you have all these multiple landowners who can't necessarily agree on who is going to be the one that's donating the land to the school district, where that's going to be, how large it's going to be. And so we're getting into that with a lot of these land developers who are doing this to one another. Well, you're going to be the one that's going to donate your land, right? To the school district, you're going to be the one that's going to donate that to your land. And then sometimes the developers who want to donate the land, then it's inundated with environmental issues. It ends up costing the district more because then we have to offset that. There's an endangered species on that particular land. It's going to cost us a lot more. So that is a long-winded way of saying we are doing our best to work with these developers to see if they were willing to donate the land. If not right out or straight out donate, at least offset the cost. But the worst case scenario is that we're going to have to buy the property ourselves. And that is the worst case scenario. We haven't given up on the developers, but the property itself is a separate cost than what I just said in terms of building the school. Do you disagree on any of that? No? All right. So, but we have been, once again, proactively meeting with them, yes. Yeah. Thank you. So,
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
So, if we do need a future school for the future, why did we decide to ask for the voters to approve these measures? And then maybe in the future ask again for a future measure and then ask for them to vote and for them to give our the tax money to more construction to be done. Why we couldn't consider that before proposing these measures?
okay, so the answer is that you have so many, and I've been here now, it seems like longer, but I've been here 3 years. And so let me tell you what I've seen. Well, I mean, that is a good thing, right? We've gotten a lot of things, well, I mean, we've gotten a lot accomplished. So what I want to say to you is this. If the district, in retrospect, had taken all of that money to build a new school, there's a lot of facilities here that would not be working. And there's a lot of staff here that can tell you, when I got here, there were leaks just about every school classrooms. I mean, there's just a lot of facilities that needed absolute immediate attention. And that's not cheap. And so I can't speculate on why, but I would imagine that that was because there was so many urgent maintenance needs. I mean, even today, for example, right now, just as an example, our main plumbing line at the last minute was clogged, and that's a result of an ancient system that we need to replace. And so we need to address that. And so my guess, best guess I have for you is there were so many immediate needs that we need for our facilities, and we're still in need of that, while simultaneously trying to essentially build this new school. So there's just so many needs is the best answer that I can give you, because if we just focus on that new school, I don't know how we would have addressed a lot of our other needs.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that now we have measures, TU, KK, MM, LL, and these are the things that the taxpayers will have to provide to us. So, and I understand that this is urgent. So I guess I'm referring a little bit more about T and U. That couldn't be, and I'm not sure if you were here, and I'm not saying that's all on you, but we couldn't prevent this to have a future measure instead of T and U to ask then the voters for a school. That's what I'm saying. And also, I know you're not finished, but since we are gonna have a workshop next month about potential projects for these measures, KK, LL, and MM, I want to request that for us to reach in any way possible to the public so they can also propose ideas and to be transparent about the process and also to be inclusive with our communities and have in mind what they want. So I want to propose that before our next workshop, because I don't think we should be the ones deciding what projects to do. I think it's the community who needs to decide that, and because it is their tax money. So if it has to be delayed, I will be okay with that. What I do want is the community's response to this. Well, yeah, for now, that it is.
Well, as you can see, we need more soundproofing as well, so. If it's okay with the board, we're already asking San Diego PD to remove them, but if it's okay if I speak a little loud, maybe I can just push through it, if that'd be okay?
Yeah, because that's deliberate, so yeah,
Okay.
go ahead. It's very obvious.
But we do want the board, we do want the board to know that San Diego PD is dealing with it. We already gave them a warning, so our apologies to everyone. But I'm gonna try to push through it, and stop me if you think you cannot hear me. So with that said, we wanted to speak specifically. I did say that bidding is required in certain instances, but we wanted to speak specifically about surveillance cameras and the estimated cost. So the estimated cost for one camera right now, when you talk about all the wiring and all the labor and the equipment that goes into that, is essentially $45,000 for one camera. And so with that,
How much?
Dr. Ennigus, I can't hear a word you're saying. Let's wait until.
not a problem. I can absolutely wait. Yep.
I was just gonna say something. I've been a board member for many years, and I can tell you that's never happened. That's a form of intimidation right there.
The words of what they're saying.
Just the fact that you would have that type of situation in this scenario is absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. And I think all as the crowd, because I know we have parents here too, we have teachers and classified, and the truth is that's absolutely outrageous. And the truth is I'd like to This is not a back and forth, so we're not having a conversation here. You're all gonna have a chance to talk, and we're gonna respectfully listen to each and every one of you. And we're not gonna make side comments while you talk, we're all gonna listen. And if anybody interrupts you, I'll be sure to call them out too. This is a matter of respect and integrity. This is a professional setting. So that's what we're gonna do. That's exactly what we're gonna do. This is absolutely crazy. I've never heard it.
I'm calling a recess.
Let's call a recess until this gets resolved.
Careful with the table.
The outrage is the kid was molested. That's the outrage.
Culero, 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 culero,
So you came in
culero,
late, had each other on the lecture, and then you started.
culero,
But it's our fault. Go sleep in your sweet house in Coronado. Did you end the meeting?
Just a
That's your
break.
nighttime. Why are you guys taking a recess when you took so long to come out? Some people are disabled and they gotta get medication, they gotta get home.
This is disrespectful to have the people waiting for so long.
They've had each other on the back for over an hour now.
I'm sure they're very happy about it, but we don't
And
care.
then
As parents, we don't care about
they
the
just said it's
whole
45,000
We care
for
for
one
our
camera.
children's safety, and that's why we're here. And that's why we're waiting, and we will wait if it's until midnight, we will wait. I'm here, I'm gonna stay here till midnight.
Not just that,
If I
you guys have violated
to.
multiple American Disability Acts just by not providing a safe space. And I will be filing complaints.
I agree.
Yes, it's not okay. Actually, let me tell you something. The fact that someone can do that means that you guys are at fault because you didn't provide a place where that couldn't happen. According to the ADA anyways.
Superintendent needs to be fired.
Yes, and so does the
Enough
assistant.
is enough. That is what we're saying.
And there should be no private security. We should have a school resource officer and work with the San Diego PD
and we want that to happen. We want them to hear what you have to say, but we can't continue this meeting if it gets out of hand like it just did a minute ago. So under the Brown Act, which is an act by the government of California that allows for open and public meetings like this, it allows the board to clear the entire room except for the media and the board if it gets to a point where we can't continue the meeting. And I was concerned when I walked in with the police where we were dealing with, we couldn't hear. But when we walked back in, I felt like getting close to that stage, if not at that stage. So please, we ask for the respect that you would ask for. So everybody here that wants to talk will have an opportunity to speak. So if you continue to be disruptive, a number of you, some of you have already gotten warnings. If you get a warning and then it happens again, you will be escorted out by the police, and they're here. If after that, the meeting gets out of hand such that we feel like we cannot continue the meeting, we will clear the room under the provisions of the Brown Act, except for the media. We will allow individuals one at a time to come in and address the board if you filled out a speaker slip. But I want everybody to hear, and we want everybody to be here to hear that. So please, please, I know you all have a lot of good things to say. We want to respect everybody's opinion. Allow the board to continue without disruption. Can we all do that? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Iniguez, were you done with your presentation? I'm not sure if anybody else has any additional questions?
Yeah, a couple more slides.
Okay. Oh, yes.
So, 2 more slides, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I was speaking about the cost specifically of surveillance cameras, which would fall within one particular form of obtaining it, which is called formal bidding. And so the estimated cost based on current economy, parts, labor, equipment for one camera would be $45,000. We could use geo bonds for that. Then after cost for maintaining that and being able to access the video that's generated from the camera is approximately $18,000 per year just for the monitoring services. We don't charge that. That is the going economy. And with that, what we do have on this agenda tonight is a request for the board to allow the district to take out what is known as a request for proposal, which would then allow us to go out and take to the public and ask for a more accurate estimate so that the board then has more accurate information to take that into consideration to see if that's what it wants to do in terms of prioritizing the bond funds. And with the last slide here, specifically with the new bonds, which are KKLM. Yeah, thank you. So what we have, as I said earlier, at the next board meeting, we are planning to ask the board for approval to issue the first series of those GEO bonds. And then second to that, we do have scheduled here on November 18th, a meeting here with the board to have a workshop in terms of considering what are the priorities for the district by way of needs. So with that, thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you very much.
I have something to add.
Yes.
Because I remember the measures T and U was passed in 2020.
Yes, 2020.
Okay, and we made, we had specialists that came out and made meetings at the schools regarding what is it, and we sent out questionnaires to the community as to what they wanted, and this is why we came up with what we were gonna use as money through the TNU, and it was put on also on the register of voters to vote on it. So really, we can't use it for what we wanted was, at that time, we didn't want a school. We wanted to redo some of the needs at some of the older schools. And I was looking at it and I thought, yeah, I remember that we did go out to the community, we did do a questionnaire for that. And then the community did respond. And that's why we went to these, which was 52,985,000. So if it wasn't for TNU, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of the things that are now coming to be used because of the middle school, because of the buyer empty lot.
Right.
And I don't think people here, some of them complain, why don't we build the school? That's what we wanted. But at that time, because we had a superintendent that demolished the whole lot. If you would have left one wall, the state would have helped us build a school. But we couldn't afford to build another school. But the community wanted what we have now, building a community center, maybe something for special ed, maybe something for preschool, and maybe something for the community to utilize also. So I don't think a lot of these people understand the people that were here for these measures, that lived here in our community, voted for it. And that's what we're doing. Now, I know there's a lot of ideas, you wanna do this and that, but we have to go by what we gave our community to vote on. And their vote is what counts, not your opinion now. And I know there's a lot of new people in the area, for the area that's up there in Ocean Hills. They will have an opportunity to also be involved and decide, like we've always done. So I want to declare that, because sometimes I have people ask me, I go, did you leave here at that time? No, see, that's the thing. But I told them, you can still see what we're doing and give us your opinion. Let us know. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I remember we were involved, and I remember that they did go out to the school, they did go out to the community. And then if not, then that's why we sent out a questionnaire and asked for their opinion. So it's not something we made up. No, it's something that the community wanted, and that's what we should respect. So I just wanted to let you know.
Dr. Diaz, I have one question.
Yes.
Maybe you don't have this information quite in front of you, but I just gotta tell you, like, as a taxpayer, I hear you saying $45,000 for equipment and labor on one camera. That sounds outrageous. Can you just like break that down for us? Maybe not today, at another meeting. I don't want you to also guess at it. I want actual facts. How do we get to that number?
Yes, the answer is yes, but if I may point out, if you go back to this one here, which is why one of the things we're asking the board to do is to allow us to take out a request for proposal, which will do exactly that. We will bring back cost estimates from multiple vendors, which would then verify that, in fact, that is the cost, and it's not just Jose Aniga sitting up here telling the board this is what the going rate. And I don't question you for asking that, because this is what we want. We want to be as transparent as possible. I just wanted to make a connection to why we're asking the board to allow us to take out the request for proposal, so that we can get the most up-to-date cost for this. That is our current estimate.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I have one question and comments. So the first one is, so you are saying we can take money from the bonds, and the board and the bond committee can agree on having that fund, part of that funding to other things like adding cameras for schools?
Well, the answer to your question, generally speaking, is the bond language essentially is what dictates what is quote-unquote allowable by way of expenditure. And so if you look at this slide, it does indicate more or less what those categories are. And so, for example, LL, I'll just pick one, specifically to those two schools, it does definitely say security, safety.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna.
Sure.
About TNU.
Oh, I'm sorry, TNU. So if you look above at the categories there, it focuses mostly on.
School security.
Well, yeah,
Safety.
yeah,
Exactly.
yes.
So, so then it does allow us to take funds from the bonds to pay for cameras in our schools?
Well, let me say this. Yes, the language does. However, we cannot, it's inextricable from the process that has already been taken. That is to say, the language does allow for that, but the process that the board has taken, right, has already committed the funds.
But we can change that. I mean, that's why the board is here. The board can't make this type of changes. Yes, we can. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Yes, we are. And also to clarify, yes, the voters voted for a long measure that says a lot of things, but I will quote the beginning of the measures, TNU. It says, the beginning, it says to make student safety and school security improvements. So by having cameras, we will make them secured and safe. And then the other thing is, and thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Iniguez. And also, I understand that the community did had ideas and they did talk about these ideas and projects, but until this day, I have been requesting for months for the proper documentation I want to see where, how, when, who gave these ideas from our community. The same community that Ms. Lopez is saying, I want to see how was that made. I know there was a document, the LMFR, something like that. What is it?
Long Range Master Facility Plan.
Okay, yes. And I don't see the community's input in that only document that I was provided. I know there was a YouTube meeting of the board, and there was a public comment that was submitted by email by, I don't know, no more than 10 people. And I don't know, is that the community that you're talking about, 10 people? Giving ideas of what they want, and then at the end of the day, we did anything that we agree on. I mean, that's for me, that's not community engagement, I'm sorry. And also, I was triggered about the Raptor services that we approved. When is that gonna start? Because we did approve it for all the schools, and this is a security system that will allow parents to get it inside of the schools without any problems. So how is that being processed right now?
Absolutely. So you brought up a lot of issues. First, when I say committed, it is my responsibility as staff to inform the board. When I say committed, it's not just in principle. We're talking about legally binding contracts, as you see right in front of you, that have already been effected and implemented, and they are committed officially, legally. It's not a matter of, can we just take it back? These are legally binding contracts.
Okay, but maybe we
that
can.
the board has approved. That I'm just giving you.
I understand. I mean, the Community Resource Center, the Bayer Community Resource Center hasn't even started. I know it already, they're checking on the land and stuff like that, but they haven't built any single wall. And I'm not saying to not build it, but maybe to take funds from that and maybe delay a part of it, so we can have cameras in our schools. I don't know how many times I need to repeat it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the board can make those type of changes or whatever we can do to work it out as a team, as long as we do this change. And also the bid process that you were talking about. When the bid meeting or the bid process that is open to the public, so that's new to me, I didn't know that, that's good. So I am also proposing for this bid process to be, for the date to be shared with our local community so they can also have an opportunity to be part of our local district contract. If we can do that as well, that's an official request. And that's it.
Okay, so you asked me, first of all, the bid, we're not using bids for construction. So just to clarify, we're using a different approach, which we
For contract, sorry. I said contract.
Right. So you also asked me about Raptor. So we implemented as soon as this board directed staff to do so. And so we have our training scheduled for staff next week, as a matter of fact. It's going to be on Wednesday or Thursday, I forget exactly which, at 3:30. So we have that. The equipment is already at the site, so we're essentially ready to go to answer the board members' questions. So,
That was an accident. Okay.
So if there
So
are,
yeah, two requests. I don't know if you want me to repeat it or I can always send an email.
well, I mean, we took notes, and so how we go about that is something that we will address.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Nunez.
Thank you. Absolutely, thank you. Thank-
Apologize. Dr. Iniguez, just to be clear, it's my recollection that on August 14th at a public board meeting, you did provide a presentation on general obligation bond overview information.
Yes,
Okay. And I believe that that presentation is on our district's website, and that has much of the information
Yes.
that can be shared with the public. It's already on our website.
yes.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you for reminding me about that, Dr. Potter, because I also remember that I asked if we can share it through the whole district in our district-wide emails that we always send these type of presentations. So we can do that for every presentation like this one, since they're not in the agendas, they're not the links, we don't have access to the presentations. These type of presentations, I think we should be sending to our community.
Yes. Every board member, Peraza, I think the information on the district's website under the Bond Oversight Committee has much of the information. It's been there for some time, but I do hear you and I appreciate your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, I hope it's done. Thank you.
Dr. Iniguez, I do have a question related to, because I think there's a lot of confusion as to the transparency of the community park, a resource center. Was that, just for clarifying it to the public, was that on the ballot in terms of the description of the ballot when it was voted on by the voters?
Yes. In fact, when we had a board presentation.
I remember that presentation.
Yeah, at Willow, yeah.
Remind me again what the percentage of votes that passed regarding that measure?
It was significant. It was upwards of 70, I'm sorry, I forget the exact, yes.
May I help?
Thank you, Dr. Potter.
Thank you, Dr. Iniguez. Yes, I believe on slide 3 of the board presentation that was on August 14th, it indicated that on the ballot measure for measure T, I believe on pages 8 for measure T and page 8 on the ballot for measure U, in quotes, that the projects to be financed by the bonds to be issued by the district include the construction, rehabilitation, acquisition, equipping and furnishing of the following existing schools and facilities, former buyer's school locations. Also on pages T9 and measures U9, it added space for school support programs, including dedicated offices, conference rooms, family resource centers, and other support areas. Measure T passed by the voters of 77%, and Measure U passed by the voters of 69%.
So then, Dr. Potter, I guess the question I have for you is how many total voters voted for that in comparison to those who opposed it? But I think it'll bring clarity. And I think the notion of transparency, if anything, the voters are the ones who approved that. That's as transparent as you can get.
This was a voter-approved project according to the ballot measure, and the project was embedded within the ballot.
Of course. I guess the question is, maybe we can look it up because it's read through the register of voters anyway in past elections, but it'd be good to know the percentage, obviously we know it, but the amount of voters that actually approved the project. Because theoretically, again, going to the fact that this actually was in the little booklets that we received before we vote, then the reality is it was clear as to what we're going to be building, and this is not arbitrary.
Yes.
It was not specific only to this, it could be anything in that ballot measure language, but yeah.
I would actually like to make a motion to move the agenda forward. We have a really long night ahead of us. Thank you very much.
I second.
Thank
Oh,
you.
we wouldn't make a motion, you just give that recommendation.
You don't vote on the presentation.
We're just like being,
Thank you.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowles. Now we will continue, number 10, public comment, communications on open session items. I'd like to call forward Ms. Elba de Paca. Good evening, my name is Elba de Vaca. I served this community for over 30 years. And I still continue to serve part-time and very proudly. And today, with these hardworking teachers that stand behind me, we are in alignment and in coherence in heart and mind with the message of my esteemed friend and colleague, Juanita Nunez, Teacher of the Year for San Diego County 2022. So I will be delivering the message for her using my voice, but it is her words. So I'm going to show everybody how beautiful Juanita is. So I have had the privilege of teaching in our district for 24 years. I work with our youngest learners as their sci-fi teacher from kindergarten through second grade. And I also support students with special needs district-wide. Each day, I come to work with joy, a compassionate heart, and a firm belief in the power of education to transform lives. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank someone who embodies the heart and soul of our district, Dr. Gina Potter, Superintendent of San Ysidro. Dr. Potter's...
I'm going to stop you right there. No comments, please. Give the respect to the speaker, please. If we hear that again, then I'm going to call a recess again. When you talk, when you have a chance to talk, I'm going to give them the same respect. So I just want to let you know that. No more comments. No more side comments. This is your last warning. I'm gonna let you know right now. I don't know who did it, but don't interrupt the speaker. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Don't interrupt the speaker.
Sáquenlos. Sáquenlos.
Yeah, well, this is the last time I hear one more comment.
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Potter's leadership and professionalism has made a profound difference in our schools. She has guided us through many changes and challenges since 2018, always with our students' best interests at the forefront. She listens to our concerns, collaborates with us to find solutions, and ensures that we have what we need to teach effectively across all 5 elementary schools. Her unwavering support for our science, technology, engineering, and math program have empowered our teams to innovate, grow, and reach every learner. Our sci-fi team has won many awards at the county and national levels. These recognitions and accolades have been possible because of Dr. Potter's vision, leadership, support for our innovative, hardworking, and dedicated sci-fi teachers. Together, we have accomplished things no one thought possible. We have engaged and challenged our students with diverse needs and abilities to see themselves as scientists, as problem solvers, and as good human beings participating in science fairs and fun color runs, all made possible through partnerships with industry leaders and organizations throughout San Diego County. The time is up, I'm so
But
sorry.
they stopped me.
No, but they paused the,
Yeah, they did pause.
the clock, so I really think that her speech is very important, so we can do part 2 on our next board meeting. I'd be very happy to continue listening to the rest of her speech. Thank you so much. Thank you to all. Pablo, sign, Peretti. Community member, non-agenda item.
I'm sorry, who's gonna translate?
Unless you want to bring a Italian interpreter. Okay. Octubre es el mes de la herencia italiana estadounidense. Y durante este mes celebramos las contribuciones de los inmigrantes italianos que, sin hablar el idioma inglés, enfrentando discriminación, dieron todo por este país. Soy italo-mexicano estadounidense. En mi nueva novela incluyo un poema en honor a mi bisabuelo, Giacomo Ferretti Napolitani. Él era originario de Sicilia, y aunque vivió en Nápoles, Calabria y Toscana, el poema también rinde homenaje a su hija, mi abuela Sofia Ferretti. October is Italian American Heritage Month, and during this month, we celebrate the contributions of Italian immigrants who, without speaking English and facing discrimination, gave everything for this country. I'm Italian Mexican American. In my new novel, I include a poem in Italian in honor of my great-grandfather, Giacomo Ferretti Napolitani. Originally from Sicily, although he lived in Naples, Calabria, and Tuscany. And the poem also pays tribute to his daughter, my grandma, Sofia Ferretti. And I'm gonna share the poem with all of you. And although the novel is in Spanish, I kept it in Italian. Bis nonno. Oh, I forgot my glasses. I really need them. Ahí está. Gracias, gracias. Ahí está. Bisnonno. Il mio bisnonno Giacomo Ferretti Napolitani, padre della mia bisnonna Sofia Garibaldi Ferretti, madre del mio nonno Jaime, parlava italiano, con parole che suonavano come un canto, come la costa, come il vento dall'altra parte del mondo. Non ho conosciuto nessuno dei due, sono morti giovani, come le storie che si interrompono prima delle fine. Ma a volte, quando parlo italiano, quella lingua strana che mescola le sue sillabe con le mie, sento qualcosa di loro mi risponde. Nelle mie parole, nelle mie voci un po' rotta e un po' loro, Giacomo e Sofia vivono, come se la lingua fosse un'eredità più profonda del sangue. And this is in honor of all Italian immigrants who came to the US and faced discrimination because of their religion, their language, and sometimes because they had, even though they were from Europe, they were mixed. And they have, so Sicilians, it's like a melting pot of Northern African, Arab, Spanish, and just because of their skin color not being light enough, sometimes they were lynched they were discriminated, they were called nicknames, and it's an honor to have a lot of, we have Sylvia Meyer, a teacher, I believe she's at Ocean View Hills, who's Italian from Italy. And I know that just like her, our ancestors gave everything to our nation, and they lost the language because they were punished many times, just like our Mexican ancestors were punished for speaking Spanish. So, viva Italia. Thank you.
Mike Ochoa.
Thank you. I thought I wasn't going to be able to talk, but let me just say briefly before I get into my one-page little
Excuse me, can you please use the microphone?
paper.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. I came in from outside, and I just came here to basically watch, not judge, listen, observe. And what I found out is that there's a lot of hate going on right now between this side and this side. Now, I was standing with the group that's out there, and I will say I support them. Their concerns, their issues are my concerns. That's a fact, and they should be your concerns. I've had many businesses, and I always told my employees, do you know who your boss is? They say, yeah, you, Mike. I said, no, it's those people out there, because those people, without them, I'm not here. This business isn't here. So let's be frank about something. There's more of us than there is of you. So it's important to get along.
Yeah.
And from the words of Rodney King, can't we just all get along? Now, let me read my little one-pager. Good evening, members of the board, parents, and community members. My name is Mike Ochoa, though most people in our community know me as the TJ Kid. Yes, I was born in Tijuana and raised right here in the South Bay, District 8, from San Ysidro, Logan Heights, Golden Hills, 2931 B Street, by the way. And today I'm standing before you, not only as a lifelong resident, but as a father, a grandfather, and a concerned citizen who loves this community deeply. I also want to be transparent. I'm running for San Diego City Council District 8, like two of my colleagues up front, by the way, for 2026. But today I'm not here to campaign. I'm here because what happened earlier this year at Sunset Elementary was a complete failure of accountability.
Yes, it was.
In January, a disturbing crime occurred. A young girl was sexually molested by an employee of this district, yet parents were notified until September. That's 9 months later. 9 months during which the district's silence left families in the dark, in trust chatter. Let's call it for what it is, a betrayal of duty. Our children are supposed to be protected, not exposed to predators under the very institutions meant to educate and safeguard them. And the fact that this happened under your watch demands more than just quiet apologies. It demands answers, reform, immediate transparency. This is not about politics.
If you can finish your thought, I'm sorry.
It's not about politics, it's about trust, safety, and accountability. So questions, how?
I'm sorry, it's only 3 minutes, just that sentence. I'm very sorry, but we're limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Thank you.
That's fine, I
very much.
appreciate it, I will post it.
Thank you.
And Antonio, say hi to
Roxanne
your
Palestino.
dad for me, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Great job.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva, padres y comunidad de San Ysidro. Mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino, madre, defensora y sobre todo una voz que ya no va a quedarse callada. Hoy estoy aquí porque se cruzó una línea que jamás debió haber cruzarse. Cuando un distrito escolar, el mismo al que confiamos a nuestros hijos, elige el silencio sobre la verdad, la apariencia sobre la seguridad y el poder sobre la responsabilidad, eso ya no es liderazgo. Eso es traición a la confianza pública. Durante meses se nos ocultó información. Durante meses los padres preguntamos, pedimos respuestas y lo único que recibimos fueron excusas, mentiras y una palabra que nos ofende profundamente. Incidente de seguridad. Incidente de seguridad, así llama la superintendente algo tan grave, tan indignante. No son rumores, señora Potter. Somos padres, somos familia, somos comunidad y exigimos la verdad. Porque cuando una líder miente, minimiza y protege su imagen en lugar de proteger a nuestros hijos, pierde toda autoridad moral para seguir dirigiendo este distrito. Y no hay disculpa, ni declaración, ni malentendido que pueda borrar eso. La confianza se rompió. Y cuando la confianza se rompe, la única salida digna es la renuncia. No estamos aquí por política. Estamos aquí por los niños, por cada madre que se sienta traicionada, por cada padre que ya no cree en promesas vacías, por cada estudiante que no merece caminar por su escuela con seguridad y sin miedo. Hoy exigimos una investigación independiente, transparencia total y responsabilidad real. Y si la superintendente no tiene la valentía de asumir sus errores, entonces que dé un paso al lado y deje que alguien con integridad lidere este distrito. Porque quien calla ante el abuso también es cómplice. Y San Ysidro ya no acepta cómplices. Good evening, board members, parents, and the San Ysidro community. My name is Roxanne Palestino, a mother, an advocate, and above all, a voice that will no longer stay silent. I'm here today because a line has been crossed, one that should have never been crossed. When a school district, the same one we trust with our children, chooses silence over truth, appearances over safety, and power over accountability, that is no longer leadership. That is betrayal of public trust. For months, information was hidden. For months, parents asked questions, demanded answers, and all we received were excuses, lies, and phrases that deeply offend us. We had a lead since they took so long.
Alfredo, there's no last name, just an Alfredo.
Sit down. I got a little bit of thought. I think that the dude in the middle was what's your name? I can't see from here. I don't got glasses on.
It's Antonio.
Antonio, last name Martinez.
Yeah.
I think you should resign. I think you're unprofessional. I mean, I might be too, but I'm only 18. You're a grown man. You look like you're 8. Like, I got more facial hair than you. I'm not here to insult you, but I think you should resign immediately. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Valeria.
Hello, like Alfredo said here, I'd like to agree that you, Antonio, should resign. If you let that happen in the school district, I don't want to know what happens if you even win city council. You really should resign.
Alison Murillo.
Good evening. I'm here to speak out regarding the atrocities that have occurred in the school district. Atrocities that have occurred because Superintendent Gina Potter and her administration have allowed them to. One such atrocity was the horrific case of sexual abuse against a preschooler that occurred at Sunset Elementary in January of this year. Superintendent Potter, her board, and her administration were aware of this case, yet she ignored her legal obligation to notify parents, as the perpetrator was hired to work at all school sites. It wasn't until September where only parents of the affected classroom at Sunset were notified, quite vaguely, and did not have their questions answered. Later, it was only until parents from the community came to speak out on what had occurred in a public board meeting that Dr. Potter released a vague, lackluster statement on the matter, misleading parents, labeling a case of sexual abuse against a minor as a mere school safety incident. The fact that you thought that you could hide this from parents for 8 months and then deliberately mislead us is one of the many clear examples showing the low regard in which you hold our community's intellect. That's insulting and repulsive. The same was done when I was harassed by a substitute teacher as an 8th grader at Sims, a grown man who asked that I meet him outside of school. I was 13 and terrified of what that teacher could do and questioned whether I was safe at school at all. No proper measures were taken in this alarming case beyond him not returning to my school site. It was then that I lost all trust in the district superintendent and her administration. However, I would like to thank my teacher, Mr. Algus, for supporting my mother and I during this incident. He's a truly wonderful science teacher. There is another case in which a different substitute teacher who was hired by the district for 30 years also sexually harassed students. Dr. Potter has done absolutely nothing to stop this type of abuse from occurring, but sympathy allowing it to continue. In all of these cases, San Ysidro School District Board didn't want to deal with all the necessary changes it would bring to this district and didn't want to deal with such a mark on their reputation. However, ignoring and worse, hiding these acts from families who only want to protect their children is appalling and even downright complicit. How could you possibly find it morally acceptable on your conscience to hide the abuse of children happening on your campuses? Some of you are parents. How dare you value your image, salary, and position more than our children? I think that's outrageous. You treat us, our children, and our grievances about the issues in this district like a mere inconvenience, as something that blocks you from sitting comfortably or from climbing your political ladder. You truly don't care. You say you do, but you don't. Your actions, your mockery, and your lack of care for the safety of our children, they speak volumes compared to your rhetoric. Superintendent Potter has failed to fulfill her job as superintendent and has failed to keep students safe. You have failed our children. This is why we, the parents, asked Superintendent Potter to resign immediately. And to Board Member Martinez, how dare you claim to be a victim of intimidation when the true victim was that 4-year-old little girl, sexually abused by one of your employees? True victims are the students you don't fail at.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva y miembros de la comunidad de San Ysidro. Los padres de esta comunidad estamos indignados, molestos y cansados de la manera en que la superintendente y su personal administrativo de este distrito han fallado en proteger y garantizar la seguridad de nuestros hijos. No solamente han ignorado los múltiples casos de bullying en sus escuelas, ahora también los padres hemos sido testigos de cómo un reciente caso grave de abuso hacia una menor, abuso sexual de una menor de 4 años en la escuela Sunset a manos de un asistente de maestro de este distrito fue deliberadamente encubierto por parte de la superintendente y su personal, además de minimizar la gravedad del abuso, llamándolo en repetidas ocasiones un incidente de seguridad, e insistiendo que no fue un delito de violación. El agresor está libre y en calidad de empleado de este distrito hasta el día de hoy. La maestra, la directora y personal a cargo tampoco han recibido ningún tipo de disciplina por parte de este distrito, a pesar de que no siguieron los protocolos para garantizar la protección y seguridad de niños tan pequeños, dejándolos expuestos en manos de un depredador sexual dentro de sus salones, lo cual es inaceptable. Doctora Gina Potter decidió no informar a las familias que Jaime Godínez estuvo contratado para trabajar no solo en Sunset, sino en todas las escuelas de este distrito en diferentes puestos y exponiendo así a más niños y dejando al resto de los padres en la incertidumbre y el temor. En el mes de julio, la superintendente, estando bien consciente del abuso cometido a manos de este agresor, en lugar de informar a las familias de lo ocurrido, decide junto con su personal y miembros de la mesa implementar una política de campus cerrado para restringir totalmente la entrada de los padres a todas las escuelas y advirtiéndonos de multas, incluso cárcel, si no seguíamos su política. Su política es un pase libre para que más depredadores como este actúen libremente, sin supervisión ni la intervención de los padres. Este distrito se ha negado también a poner cámaras de vigilancia en sus escuelas para protección de nuestros niños. Me pregunto por qué. A los padres se nos ha tratado como criminales, siendo perseguidos y expulsados mientras los depredadores son protegidos y justificados. Es altamente ofensivo que después de lo sucedido aún tengan el atrevimiento de celebrarse y premiarse. Es indignante, una falta de respeto para los padres de la víctima y los padres de esta comunidad. A los responsables de tomar acción, a los miembros de la mesa directiva, a los padres de este distrito exigimos el despido de la superintendente, ya que falló y mintió al decir que la seguridad de los niños de este distrito es su prioridad. En sus manos queda el hacer justicia o también ser sus cómplices.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Natalie LaRosas, my teacher at SYA, VP and Bargaining Chair. My main reason for being here tonight is to talk about negotiations on behalf of SYA members. But I do need to make it clear that SYA is not aligned with this group of people who seem to have an agenda to destroy public education. We value public education, we want to make it better. Although we do not always see eye to eye in all matters with the school district, the school board, or the school district leaders, I appreciate that in the past 9 years or so, we have been able to have an open dialogue with Dr. Potter and her team. This was not possible with many past superintendents. We have had relative stability, improved contract language, some raises, and I truly believe the intention is to create a safe and welcoming school environment. As for the teacher negotiations for this school year, the district really needs to work on creating a budget that values its current and future educators. For as long as I can remember, our district has always been towards the bottom of the lists of county districts as far as how much it contributes to teachers' health care. Currently, we're still among the lowest in the county. Starting in January, all of our singles, except for those in the SIMSA plan in Tijuana, will have to pay out of pocket for their health care insurance, unless district contributes more. Families will have to pay over $1,000 a month. I fear we will lose amazing special education teachers. They can go to neighboring districts, get better pay, maybe smaller classes, and sometimes completely free health care. I know the district can do better. Another topic is prep time. Elementary school teachers do not have any prep time. Most of us take it home, get to work early, or stay late. We want to create engaging and fun lessons that help the students understand the concept and reach the standards. But this cannot happen without time to prepare and plan. We need to be treated as professionals. Please help the district to understand the importance of prep time. If there is no increase to the health care contribution, many teachers will be receiving a pay cut in January. A pay cut combined with less time to prep and more pressure to perform will hurt the morale and the district, as well as the teachers and students. More prep time on Fridays and during sci-fi time costs nothing at all. Please see how we can fix the situation.
Is this someone's laptop?
Yeah.
Okay, can you remove
You have to
it?
remove it?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Dear district leadership and board members,
I'm actually speaking on behalf of a colleague, and her name is Areli Ames, and she cannot be here because she's attending her second job. So I'll be reading off of her comments. Dear district leadership and board members, my name is Areli Ames, and I'm a teacher at San Ysidro Middle School since 2018. I'm unable to attend this meeting in person because I'm currently working my second job, a job I was forced to take because I simply can't afford to live with my current salary. A colleague who will be reading this statement on my behalf. It's deeply discouraging that as an educator in this district, I must work multiple jobs in order to survive and take care of my family. Over the past few years, the cost of housing, groceries, gas, and medical insurance have all risen significantly, yet our pay raises have not reflected these increases. How is it okay that I am paying $1,139.96 for medical insurance a month? Again, that's $1,139.96 a month for medical insurance. That's nearly 13% of my pay. How can anyone survive like this? The reality is that our salaries have not aligned with the true cost of living in San Diego for many years now, and teachers pour countless hours into preparing lessons, supporting students, and building strong learning communities. We do this because we care deeply about our students and their futures. But it's just disheartening to see that the same level of care doesn't feel reciprocated by the district in ensuring that we can live with financial stability and dignity. When educators are struggling to make ends meet, morale declines, burnout increases, and the quality of education suffers. The district's failure to provide fair compensation and affordable health care is not just hurting teachers, it undermines this whole school community. I ask you to please put yourself in my shoes, an educator with a master's degree, having to work 2 jobs, 14 to 16 hours a day, and even after those long hours, I still have to come home and take care of all household responsibilities that come with being a parent. That is the reality for me and for far too many educators within our school district. I want to be clear, I don't live a lavish life. I don't buy brand name clothes. I don't drive a luxury vehicle. I don't spend irresponsibly or mismanage my money. I live modestly and within my means, yet even with careful budgeting and sacrifice, it's still not enough to stay afloat. I urge you to take immediate, meaningful action to ensure that teachers are compensated fairly and that our pay reflects the rising cost of living. Supporting your educators is the most direct way to support the success and stability of San Ysidro students and our community. Respectfully, Areli Ames, San Ysidro Middle School. Thank you guys.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Potter. My name is Alice Delatorre. I'm a proud member of the San Ysidro Women's Club. I come to share 2 events that have occurred, or one will occur in December 12th, and that's our teddy bear. We're going to give out, we have 2,000 teddy bears we've purchased. We're going to give out blankets to all the children. We have to purchase 2,000 blankets and candy canes, and we're going to give each child, besides the teddy bear, give them a blanket, a book, and a candy cane. And that's going to be for December 12th, starting at 2:30 to 4:30. It's going to be at Ocean View Hills. And we're very proud that we're going to hopefully have a giant turnout, and we're a beautiful school, and we're looking forward to having the board attend our meeting. And also we're going to be selling as fundraisers some sweatshirts. And I heard about and highlighted the young lady that we had a contest and she drew this beautiful picture on our sweatshirts. Sweatshirts through the school district, and $25 a sweatshirt, and a little of the money will go towards paying for our teddy bears. So also I have one more, I have another minute. We're also proud to announce that in 2022 we started what we called an endowment to raise money to have scholarships and perpetuity for our students, and we reached our $500 goal. So we have a $500,000, and our students will the 8th graders will get their incentive award. And then our high school students, only San Ysidro high school students are entitled to apply for our scholarship, and we're very proud that we met our goal. In fact, we exceeded our goal. We have $550,000 in our, what's called the San Diego Foundation. So we have 2 highlights, our teddy bear 25th anniversary, hopefully all attend, starting at 2:30 at Ocean View Hills, of 26 seconds left, so hopefully you'll be able to attend, and it'll be a very successful event. And if you want to purchase a t-shirt, I'm sure that Christina will give you all the necessary information. So thank you very much. Have a happy rest of the year.
Nancy Alvarado, SYA.
I already ordered my.
Good evening, Dr. Potter, Honorable Ms. Rosario, Honorable Mr. Martinez, Honorable Ms. Lopez, Honorable Ms. Peraza, and Honorable Mr. Arias. I'm pleased to say that in the 25 years that I've worked here in San Ysidro School District, this has been one of the least contentious boards or relationship between the boards and the teachers that we have had, and I really appreciate that. I do recognize that the state of California is facing some financial challenges, and therefore our district, in terms of loss of population in California and other federal issues. However, as we look at the offer before us regarding healthcare as part of our negotiations, for a family who receives Kaiser with MetLife, in 2023, we paid $616 a month. In 2025, we're paying $1,039 a month. And next year, as the offer stands right now, we will be asked to pay $1,055 a month for our healthcare. Our profession has gotten harder. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. One of my side jobs gives me access to the thoughts and observations of a lot of principals across the state, and many of them have observed the same thing. But we love our job, and that's why we're here, and that's why we stay. I know as a district that you want to retain quality teachers, and I know as a district that you want healthy teachers, good, healthy teachers with quality, with time and experience that will make us all better. And as such, I urge you to reconsider the offer that is on the table as regards healthcare right now. We would like to receive from you the respect that you have shown us previously, valuing us as educators, valuing us as professionals, and making sure that we are able to dedicate our time to our job rather than having multiple jobs. As I said, I know times are tight, but I believe that a better offer can be made, and I appreciate you taking into consideration, again, that offer that's on the table right now can be renegotiated. Thank you.
Who was it? Mary Davis.
Hi, good evening, Mary Davis, a government watchdog, regional accountability partner, and founder of the Public Education Oversight Project. And first of all, I want to start off positive. Kudos to your nutrition squad and their hospitality. The food was delicious. Really appreciated the thoughtfulness and the quality, as well as their 70% on-site prep staff. That was phenomenal. However, next I must address what we saw earlier today, the faux outrage, and call it out for what it is. As an experienced watchdog, I readily recognize the tactics from VP Martinez of narrative hijacking to deflect from you being on the defensive from the alleged molestation that we are here for tonight. It was a lot of grandstanding and verbosity, but I have to tell you again, as an experienced watchdog, I have been in meetings with no less than 3 different meetings where unions took over the chambers, caused disruptions, and were never called out about it. So I just wanted to point that out and let you know that the drive-by music, while perhaps in bad taste, was a 1A expression. We knew nothing about it. We are not responsible for what anybody does. If it is a disruption, close the doors or choose a building that's away from the street. But don't pin it on us and hijack the narrative that we were responsible for that. And most importantly, what you really revealed was, again, the grandstanding and political theater. You showed far more outrage about somebody driving by with music than you have to the community about the molestation of a vulnerable 4-year-old. That is why the woman stood up and asked, where is the outrage? So we are wondering the same thing. I mean, sit there and what we have seen is the district seems to have circled the institutional wagons. Too often I see it in political parties, I see it at city councils. When an institution becomes self-serving and starts self-preservation, instead of serving the community and protecting the vulnerable. And as a watchdog, what I have really seen is that the state of California, public education, and teachers unions have fought hard to get younger and younger access to the kids. And now they've succeeded with transitional kindergarten. That can be a blessing in itself with child education, if it really was education, but with that comes a duty to guard these children. They are vulnerable and this district faces. So we want open transparency, communication, the cameras, please. We're in an innovation hub. Find a company to donate them. Thank you.
I am a lifelong educator. I'm retired program director. I've worked my whole career with children. I'm invested in this community. I grew up in San Ysidro. I went to Willow Preschool. I went to La Mirada Elementary. I went to Bayer when I was just 6th grade and San Ysidro Middle School. And I have got to say that I am absolutely appalled and disgusted with this school board. You, President Zenaida, you come in from the get-go, people come in, you harass, you intimidate, you bully, and you, Ms. Potter, despicable, despicable. You guys are more concerned about this bus and loud music and shutting down the public than you are about protecting a little innocent preschooler. It's despicable. Jaime David Godinez had no business being alone with a little girl unsupervised. Men shouldn't even be working with preschoolers or changing diapers or doing any of that. Most offenders, child molesters, are men. And you dropped the ball, Gina Potter. All of you were elected by this community. The trust was put in you, the governing board. You hold all the power. You should fire immediately Gina Potter, the site director, the lead teacher, the program supervisor. This should not be. And the fact that you let it go on for 7 months before you told the parents, you basically spit on their faces. That is despicable, absolutely despicable. How many of you support the perpetrator? How many of you support this little innocent child, and who knows how many other children? Stand up if you support her and her family. Stand up. Let the community see.
Thank you. Stand up if you support her.
Stand up. Now do your due diligence. Fire this woman right here. She should not be around any children. Shame on you. You owe the community an apology.
an apology. That's disgusting behavior. Unbelievable. Have you heard of Operation Millstone? If not, I'm going to tell you. Matthew 18:6. It says, if anyone offends one of these little ones, it would be better that a millstone was hung around their neck and they were drowned in the depths of the sea. Galatians 6:7, be not deceived. God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man sows, that shall he also reap. Hosea 8:7, he who sows to the wind shall reap the whirlwind. I want you all to repent and turn away from your sins. This is horrible, despicable behavior, and it's happening not just here, but in other school districts. This has got to stop.
Is Leticia Lemos still here?
Came before her, and she goes to go before me. Good evening, members of our honorable board, fellow teachers, constituents of San Ysidro School District and community. My name is Leticia Lemos, an almost 30-year veteran teacher and currently a site teacher in this district, life San Ysidro, and a proud alumni of this district. I stand here today to express my deep gratitude and pride for what our district has collaboratively achieved in the past few years. I'm also here to raise awareness of some concerning issues that are affecting the integrity of our district and community. First of all, the San Ysidro School District has achieved an incredible level of success and growth despite the challenges of the past. Under Dr. Potter's unwavering diligent leadership for the past 8 years or so, along with the hard work of our amazing teachers, administrators, parents, the board, and of course our students, this district has become a united community of learners. San Ysidro School District, as small as it is, has been put on the map with numerous both state and national program innovations like Sci-Fi, our annual STEM fair that has grown each year and has produced several Teachers of the Year like our own Mrs. Rosario and most recently Ms. Nunez. These achievements are a source of great pride and honor and would not be possible without a cohesive vision leading the best possible learning for our kids and our children. Children are the priority of this district. And it is evident in the steps taken to have more secure campuses, professional development, enrichment programs, high standards of learning, inclusiveness of SPED students, especially with the expansion of the Sci-Fi program to include the Mod Severe students, which I proudly co-teach at Smythe. All constituents of this community are the essential spokes of a grand wheel that is our district, that helps impulse the rotation of a smooth running machine. Teachers, parents, paraprofessionals, classified staff, administrators, our board, and community members all must unite to continue creating this positive change. All wheels roll more smoothly when the spokes are neither nor broken. Members of our current board here today embody these values of this community and have a deep love for the children of San Ysidro. To be clear, these amazing leaders represent San Ysidro at its best and have the children's highest good in mind in all their decisions. In light of this, how can it be possible that our district is being so flagrantly and aggressively attacked via inflammatory rhetoric, overgeneralization, cyberbullying, dissemination of misinformation, fear-mongering,
If you can finish with that.
and harassment of teachers? It makes no sense and it needs to stop now. Thank you.
Antonio Perez. Antonio Perez present?
I signed up way before a lot of those people. I'm disabled. I need to go.
Let's never go.
What is your name?
Mindy Ferguson. After this gentleman, I would like to. Thank you.
How you guys doing? My name is Antonio. My child was
in those classes during that time. And right now, as saying, and it's true, you guys don't like being directed to, like at all. Because when it's something that's good about you guys are writing notes, you guys concerns us, you guys are rolling your eyes, which is not good. Okay, that's one. Number two, I need to tell us when you guys are gonna start working on these cameras over at schools. I do security cameras for a living, that's my career, I've been in it for 14 years. $45,000 for a camera, nowhere close. I do sales myself, I do the projects, I do the maps, I do everything. So, what happens here is, these $45,000 cameras all of a sudden convert into a $7,000 or $6,000 camera, right? And I'm telling you, I do military bases, I do DEA, I do CHP, I do everybody. So there's no way you guys can tell me there's $45,000 for security cameras. With the amount for, 170 cameras on a military base that I do, it's over 170 cameras, there's nowhere close to 400,000. So, let's make this happen. Can you guys give me a date when you guys can make this happen? And I can be transparent, I can go out to all these sites, give you guys proposals for all these sites, and I can bring it to you so everybody here can see it. Because that's what we gotta do, we gotta be transparent. There's money coming in, you guys are talking about a $425,000 or a $425 million school, when you guys should be fixing what is already here.
Yes.
Fix your schools first, so these people and these students are safe where they're going.
That's right.
Go back, fix your stuff first before you guys start investing in something you guys don't need yet.
Yep.
My daughter, like I said, attends your guys' school. She was there during this time, and still to this day, I'm still waiting for an apology from all of you guys.
Where is it?
You guys don't stand up and say anything that you guys really want to say. Well, I don't know if it's because you guys are protected somehow or whatever it is, but me as a father of my daughter being in those classes at that time, I still need an apology from all of you guys and a written statement of what really happened and if my daughter was involved. To this day, this guy is free. To this day, you guys still have him on your guys' roster, on your guys' stuff. When is it gonna stop? Now, fingerprints, it's not gonna stop nothing. I can be a pedophile all my life, but if you guys don't know about it, I never got caught. Fingerprints ain't shit, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Until I get caught, my fingerprints are something. Easy as that. Thank you.
I have 8 agenda items. Let's do this.
Right. We'll tell her the action item.
So it gives 20 minutes, which is the max, and I'll take that because the 8 agenda items, I will concede a lot of time. I do have things to say.
Right, and I just so that you know that what was happening before was the non-agenda comment. You didn't sign up for non-agenda comment, you signed up for agenda comment, which was gonna happen later, but we're gonna let you go ahead, okay?
Thank you for the, Council, you spoke on the Brown Act. You know by looking at this room that there should be disabled seating, and you know that everything printed, there's so many violations here. The fact that you don't have a building that was secured the sound wasn't there, that's also in violation of the Brown Act. I just hope you advise, your clients on that too. Thank you. And the first thing I want to do is thank the San Diego PD for being here. You are the ones that belong in the schools. We need to build a partnership. Let me wait.
So we're gonna take one step because we gotta put your time.
Absolutely, that's why I stopped.
And then what we'll do is because you wrote 8 slips, we'll give you the action item and then that way you can talk on that.
I don't want to do it. I have actually in relation because they're earmarked. So if you just give me 10 minutes and I will concede my time.
I can give you 20 if you want.
No, I don't need it. I'm letting you know what I need. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay.
Go get it.
All right.
Like I said, I really want to thank the service members, the police department that is here. You are the true heroes of the community. My family has served this country for over 250 years. My 6-time great-grandfather being one of the 12 hung in the Battle of Alamance, which launched the Revolutionary War. We fought for freedom. My mother being an immigrant from the Philippines, I get the best of both worlds. I'm the first of my siblings, the 4th born to be born in the United States. I grew up in poverty, the MAC Project. I grew up with my mother actually leaving me behind, having to live in community homes here for children. I know this community. It is a shame that you're grandstanding, Mr. Martinez. That's so shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I hope that you change that about yourself, because it looks really bad and we can see it. Okay? There was a child that is 4 years old that had an adult man's DNA in her panties. I looked into Mr. Godinez. Let me tell you something. There were hints all over him. He wore a shirt that actually, it was a Japanese comic book where little girls, schoolgirls age, get hurt, raped, and then they cut and kill themselves. He wore it to one of the schools. You know, I think surveillance should be done by a local member of the community, and you should hire this guy. And if you don't, I know you're not for our community. I think that there is corruption from the assistant superintendent who intimidated me and used his hired security guard to try to tell me where to sit when I asked where the disabled seating was. I think that's very inappropriate. You know, don't you? Miss Potter. How do you live with yourself? How do you go to bed at night? I see all these things on the agenda. You guys have agreement with Securitas. That needs to put on pause. Okay, it says to ratify it. You need to ratify that. Okay? Authorize school proposals to obtain cost estimates to upgrade schools. Okay? For surveillance, that needs to put on pause. You don't need to hire Securitas. You need to hire members of the community. Purchasing reports need to be put on pause and audited from an outside source, because there's obviously corruption within the board. Expenditure report needs to be ratified and put on pause, and it also needs to be audited from an outside source. Memorandum for Understanding California National Guard, that's a shame too. You're name dropping. I have 250 years of family who served this country, and let me tell you something, that's shameful. What we need in schools is ROTC programs. Agreement with the San Diego Police Department for 4th graders, that's shameful. What we need is multiple law enforcement officers there so they can see the children and be there with them, not Securitas officers that are protecting staff. California preschool programs should not get funding until you learn and are audited by a higher power how to protect children. Right. Because we can't trust you to protect children. Right. Okay, outside audits. No, you cannot check yourselves. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Agreement with special home health care services. You don't need to be in charge of that either. We have great services through in-home support services, would be more than willing to partner with these schools. Almost $300 million to build a school is crazy. You want to say donating land? Why don't they split the parcels? Ask both contributors. Trust me, I know. And I want to tell you something. When I was going to school 20 years ago at the MAC Project, one of these little programs from SDSU sent over a TA who got me drunk, had sex with me, then said it was my fault. Why is it still happening now? And that's one of your guys' supporters. I'm really appalled. And I feel I can't even tell you. I'm so disappointed. Please don't make those fake faces. Keep a straight face. I've been noticing all night, and it's just, come on now. It's too much, you know? It's way too much. If you really cared, if you truly cared, if I was you, I would look out for outsized audited sources. Just like this inappropriate building, Mr. Martinez wants to sit here and blame us, but we're the real victims. Do you know that, Mr. Martinez? Your counselor could advise you on the Brown Act if you like, because ADA states that you need to have an accommodated building that stuff can't even happen to. Why are there no rows for disabled, handicapped people like myself? Can I ask you that? Why is that not important to you? You have nothing to say. You're just gonna stare at me in the face.
I can't say right now, but I'll have a comment later on.
Well, that's disparaging.
That's just part of the process.
That's just disparaging,
That's just
because
part of the
no,
process.
you guys haven't looked out for 88
No.
people for a very long time, and there's proof of that. And let me tell you something, I'm not gonna let it.
I won't, listen.
You said you were gonna comment later, so I continue to talk. If you'd like to say something, go ahead. Okay, like I said. And then you bring in an attorney to intimidate the crowd. That's crazy. I promise you, I will make it my personal business to let it be known what you are doing down here, because San Ysidro deserves, they deserve equal pay. The teachers paying over $1,000 for health insurance is insane. That's insane. You want $45,000 for one camera, but they can't get health insurance for cheap? I didn't come here with that, but when I heard that, I thought, oh my gosh, how do you sleep at night? You sleep just fine, right? Because it's not you, right? Because it's not you guys, right? It's not your children. It's not your insurance. It's us, the little people, the everyday guy, everyday woman, everyday guy. You know, we're the ones taking the bus with our groceries. And what are you guys driving? Mercedes and BMWs, right? Yeah. What a shame. Shame on you, Mrs. Potter. I really hope you take action and show us that you actually care. That would be a redemption factor for you. You know? But if you go and pay $45,000 for a camera or approve any of the superintendent's items, I will know that you're just as corrupt as he is and as Mr. Martinez is. I've worked for congressmen. None of you intimidate me. You're peons compared to what I've gone against. Joe Biden was in the office of the congressman I worked for. None of you intimidate me. And I will make it my personal business to make sure these children get what they deserve, to make sure these teachers have the support they deserve, because it's ridiculous that you think you can ask for money for security and all this other stuff. We have police department to pair. We have an issue in the community where people don't trust our officers. What about that? Anything? Nothing, right? I mean, just like the basic things to do just doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to me, except that you guys are lining your own pockets. You guys sit here and you had, I'm not saying everybody, but you sat here and pat yourselves on the back for 10 minutes. You got people in here that are paid to be here or have to be here because they're from unions. Yeah. You know, I recognize it because I've worked with them before. Yeah. Not these specifically, but many in San Diego. It's not okay. It's not okay. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to let everyone else talk. But I hope that this lays heavy on your heart. But Martinez, yeah, I got my target on you.
Brenda Olivaria. Can I ask one question? Is there someone in the public using headphones for translation? No one else? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that person can have the full translation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
The lady was talking and I didn't see you talk, so that's why I'm requesting for the person with the headphones to have the whole translation. Thank you.
Yo vengo aquí a hablar por todos esos niños, incluida mi hija va en Sunset Elementary. Tengo 2 hijas, pero una de ellas me ha comentado que cuando va a comer en su hora de lonche, precisamente que han estado hablando mucho de la comida y sí se les, está súper bien el programa que están teniendo, pero me comenta que, y no es la única porque he mirado varios comentarios, de que no alcanzan a comer. Dice, apenas les estoy dando un bocado y ya nos están hablando que nos vayamos a otra vez a formar para irnos. Estaba revisando el horario de comida, es de 11:10 a 12:30 y 20 minutos, incluido el camino, la fila que hacen en la cafetería, sentarse, o sea, literal, agarran su comida, se sientan y ya sonó para volverse a entrar. Entonces creo que deberían de tomar en cuenta esto, porque creo que los niños merecen tiempo de calidad para comer, porque no están pues en una cárcel ni en algo así como para que los tengan tan cortos de tiempo. Y estaba leyendo que en California pues sí, de 20 a 30 minutos es el tiempo que les dan en algunos lugares, pero también dice que si uno tiene inquietud puede contactar a la escuela o al distrito escolar para preguntar sobre esto, y por eso estoy aquí, para que tomen en cuenta esto, de que no es nomás mi hija, son muchos niños, y yo opté por darle a mi hija lonche para que alcance a comer, pero como comentan, hay niños que solo están esperando ir a la escuela para comer, o que no, en su casa no tienen para darle lonche. Entonces yo vengo a hablar por todos esos niños para que tomen en cuenta esto. Gracias.
Janice Holocom, sorry if I didn't pronounce your last name. Holocom, sorry.
Don't worry. Hello, my name is Janice Saloka. I'm a K-12 educational consultant and advocate for marginalized students. And among other things, my work focuses on school board governance and student safety. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about this board's governance practices, particularly following reports that a San Ysidro preschool employee was charged with sexual acts against a student at Sunset Elementary. What is particularly alarming is how the district handled it. The alleged abuse was reported in January, yet parents were not informed until months later, when parents should have been immediately notified when the allegations surfaced. This delay gives the impression the district was hiding the incident and prioritized its image over transparency and child safety. Now that a lawsuit has been filed against the district, I want to highlight that Education Code Section 35161 makes it clear that while the board may delegate responsibilities to the superintendent or other staff, the board remains ultimately responsible for ensuring those duties are carried out legally, ethically, and effectively. In other words, delegation does not remove oversight. It heightens the board's duty to actively supervise the superintendent and ensure that every action taken under its authority protects students and upholds public trust. And while trustees have qualified immunity, that protection does not apply when actions involve negligence, willful misconduct, or violations of law. In other words, if a board fails to exercise reasonable care in protecting students or informing parents, accountability can extend beyond the district to individual trustees. In short, the San Ysidro community deserves a board that acts transparently,
fulfills its duty of care, and ensures that student safety and public trust always comes first. Thank you.
Ms. Strange.
Studies show that adults abused as children are 7 times more likely to die of suicide. Superintendent Potter, you minimized a 4-year-old's atrocity, calling it a safety incident? Really? For months, you and your union president hid it from parents, blocked cameras, and withheld material facts from this board. Here's one lawsuit. How many more will there be? That's not investigation integrity, it's a cover-up. Ms. Potter, if your son or daughter got raped and took their life, would you still defend your system? Taxpayers' oversight for parents and students demand your immediate termination, and anyone defending you. Quit while you're behind, or face accessory to child molestation.
Woe to those who make the little ones stumble, and you guys, woe to you. And woe to the people who come in here and say this is an agenda to disrupt public education. Right. This is about protecting children, something that you all profess to do. Don't. Gina, it's disturbing when you sit there and you shake your head like yes. Because you actively are obstructing the justice for a little girl. How can you hide that? I don't understand. It's interesting to see what you guys are willing to protect and how outraged you get when there's music being played or people talking in here. But you don't have that same outrage when it comes to a little girl and DNA being found in her underwear. I don't understand. It's interesting because you guys want accolades and all of these things, and this shows what a spiritual battle this is, because we don't just fight against flesh and blood. This is spiritual wickedness that has invaded our nation and our world, and you emulate that. And it's interesting because this is a reflection of the rot that is within this system. And you are only as good as your rot. And so you guys are rotten. It's very sad because, Gina, I don't understand how the first thing possibly you could potentially think of is how do we cover this up? How do we hide this? And I stand looking at you today as a 4-year-old little girl who went through the same thing. And it's disgusting that it continues to happen and it runs rampant. And people like you sit there and you want to stand up and say that you stand with her? Bullshit. It is evident that that is not true. And until you're willing to do that, because there's always time to course correct, you can't. We all have a choice on which way we go, what we decide to do. And you could stand today and make a difference for the rest of the children, because you don't know that it hasn't happened to any other children. You haven't guaranteed that. And there are parents that are terrified to come here because of you guys. Imagine how many other children, imagine how many of them are gonna take their life because of your choice.
Good evening, members of the board, community leaders, and federal parents. My name is Aida Gaitan, and I'm here today on behalf of a growing group of concerned parents, teachers, and citizens who refuse to stay silent in the face of what has happened in our schools. Recently, our community was shaken by the molestation of a minor student by a 22-year-old teacher assistant, someone who was entrusted with the care, education, and safety of our children. We are here to say enough is enough. This young victim and their family will carry the weight of this trauma for years to come. And while the act itself was horrific, what has followed has been equally devastating. The superintendent's attempt to minimize, deflect, and downplay the seriousness of this crime.
Right.
When leadership fails to protect children, when those at the top show more concern for public image than student safety, they lose the moral authority to lead. We are calling for the immediate removal of the superintendent, who has shown a complete lack of accountability and empathy in this situation. This is not about politics. It's about our children. Our schools should be places of learning, not fear. Parents should not have to wonder if their children are safe. And yet here we are because there was no effective system in place to prevent, detect, and properly respond to sexual abuse in our schools. And that ends today. We demand the implementation of a comprehensive sexual abuse prevention and reporting program, which the system might already have. But teachers are not able to report. I know firsthand from teachers that are not able to report because of Superintendent Potter. I will bring those staff members and teachers to the court to declare of the intimidation that Ms. Potter does to them. Our children deserve to be protected. Our educators deserve the tools to intervene early. Because of the safety of our children is not negotiable, I ask you to resign. Thank you.
Resign.
Good evening. First, what is this? This was on, I think the first row. No, the first row you guys had these.
Yep.
These. I've never seen them before, but all this is like a gimmick. We don't want you guys here, you guys aren't welcome.
Right.
So all these subliminal messages, I see them, and I want everybody else to see them, okay? So anyways, I'm a parent, this is why I'm here. Because I have children, okay? And I can only imagine, my 4-year-old in a classroom taking a nap and an adult taking advantage of him. It really hurts me. And I don't understand how the people that were just here and left never clapped when any of these people came and they gave good speeches. I don't know, it just feels like it was planned, because they all came and they all spoke at the same time, and they said really nice things about you, Ms. Potter. Everybody, you do this, you do that for the teachers, and they like you, and all these really nice things. And now they're gone, okay? And now we're all here alone, all of us that are here together, demanding transparency and accountability. We're all alone now. So somebody planned this. This wasn't a coincidence, okay? And you need to understand that you're only burying yourself more because you're making it worse.
Right.
And these people behind me, rolling their eyes, huffing and puffing, I don't care. I don't care. And they're part of the problem too, okay? Anybody who accepts or doesn't do anything about this little girl being molested is wrong. You guys are wrong. And taking 8-9 months to tell other parents in the classroom that something happened in there, that was incorrect, Ms. Potter. I think the parents should have known, okay? Because I put myself in that situation. And if I was a parent and my child was in that classroom, I would want to know right away that there was an incident like that. I love my kids, and I would never want anything like that to happen to any of them. Please think about it. Thank you.
Bebe? Or Bibi? Bibi?
So sleepy. I don't know about you guys. Okay. 1 second here. Okay, good evening. It has come to my attention that this incident, we're talking about the child molestation, and yes, it was sad to see that they were separating this side with this side when it came to a child. That wasn't even the fact. The fact was that I was appalled to see how some of them didn't even stand in solidarity to support what we're talking about. I do appreciate the few of the board members that did do that. Anyway, it came to my attention that this particular incident was not reported or addressed adequately, which raises significant concerns regarding the safety and the well-being of students within our school community. It is crucial that all incidents of this nature are taken seriously and handled with transparency to ensure accountability and to foster an environment of trust. I urge the school board to investigate this matter thoroughly and take appropriate action to ensure that all students feel safe and supported. It is essential that our schools maintain a zero tolerance policy towards any form of sexual misconduct, that survivors feel empowered to come forward without fear or retribution. And that means the families. How many families do you think have not come forward because of the example that you set for the family already? So I urge you to please pay attention to this critical issue. And also, since I have a little bit of time, I would also like to share some ideas maybe that you can do. Okay. Encourage reporting. Students are more likely to report their experiences when they see that issues are taken seriously. Increase accountability. Open processes hold individuals accountable, deterring misconduct. 3, build trust. 4, promote safety culture. A commitment to transparency signals that student safety is a priority, influencing positive behavior. 5, educate the community. Open discussions raise awareness of misconduct and inappropriate and appropriate responses. 6, enhance support. 7, strengthen policies by prioritize transparency schools foster a safe, more trusting environment for the students. We hope that each and every one of you really go home, talk to God.
Yes.
See what He tells you, because you know what? I would not want to be responsible. Thank you.
Is Alex Padilla present? Probably had to. Jennifer L. Jennifer L. And Dulce Contreras.
Buenas noches. Señora Zenaida, en la junta pasada usted mencionó algo que llamó mucho mi atención, que como manera de seguridad en la escuela de sus nietos piden hasta las huellas digitales cuando los niños son recogidos. Y yo sé que ese sistema de seguridad, ese sistema de alta seguridad les da tranquilidad a usted y a su familia el saber que sus niños tienen un buen sistema de seguridad y protección. ¿Qué acaso nosotros los padres y niños de este distrito no merecemos sentirnos con la misma seguridad y tranquilidad? Les pido que mejoren la seguridad en las escuelas poniendo cámaras en los pasillos, en los salones, no solo por la seguridad de nuestros niños, pero también por la seguridad de ustedes, porque sabemos que hay niños grandecitos que hasta pueden llegar a mentir solamente por meter en problemas a maestros, sustitutos, y de esta manera no es solamente la palabra del alumno contra la del adulto, sino que con grabaciones de las cámaras se puede demostrar quién dice la verdad. Y pedir Real ID y hasta huellas digitales cuando alguien más recogerá al estudiante de la escuela de la misma manera en que la hacen en la escuela de sus nietos. También pongan personas de seguridad en las escuelas con un arma. Why are we protecting our banks, the airports, with security guards who have guns, and not our schools? Actions speak louder than words.
Now we will have items from the board and superintendent. I'd like to call on Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. I think we all, it's been a long night for everyone, but I think it's really important that we talk about, obviously, the reason everyone has a lot of emotion. And I think it's, as a board, obviously, it's difficult to go through anything like this just because, we care about every single child in this, every student in this district, we love and care for. So when something in this nature happens, everyone is devastated. And I think that's really the bottom line. I do want to let everybody know, though, that I want to call for the board to do an independent investigation on the incident. I think when it comes down to it, we as a board, I don't want the superintendent or our legal counsel or any admin team in charge of it. I want the board to lead it as a group of 5. And I want us to do a bidding process as well regarding the law firm that we choose to do the independent investigation. And this is going to do 2 things. Ultimately, the goal is to bring clarity and accountability to our district. But then I also want to make sure that with that, we also bring assurance to parents that something like this never happens again. So I'd like the board to do that. I believe we need to call a special board meeting to go through that process. I want to make sure that we do it transparently, that we choose the law firm for that independent investigation together. And I would hope that, I want to bring a variety so that we can choose which one we want. We bring the scope of what we want to do in terms of what we want from that independent report. And more importantly, that we vote unanimously for that investigation.
I'm so sorry.
So this is not a time to go back and forth. Everyone had their chance to speak.
Well, listen,
So-
your attorney, let me just say this.
So no, we're not having this.
It sounds.
We're not having this.
You
This
can
can't
kick me out,
happen.
but you're being.
You had-
Excuse me, I may have to ask you to leave. This is not how we run our meetings. We showed respect when you sat there for 20 minutes or less. We listened,
10 minutes.
whatever time you had. You need to respect. This is how we run our school board meetings. This is how they're run throughout the state. Thank you.
So, based off of that, I'm calling for an independent investigation for the board to hire the law firm that's gonna conduct it. And I think most importantly, I wanna do it as soon as we can. That's really all I have to say there.
Irene?
It is a long night, but I just want to say that this hasn't happened in San Ysidro in so many years. Because we know as residents here and people who work here and do live here or live outside and work for many years, we know that this is something that we had never encountered. But I know that I agree with Antonio that we need Mr. Martinez, that we need to have an independent investigation. Because actually, there are things that we cannot say, and it's not because we want to protect ourselves, it's by law. And that's where it hurts to hear all the chismes, all the gossip. You assume without knowing. And you don't even care really about the family because you keep using, and I see it, they send me messages of using information that the family, it hurts them. So talk about being a mother, talk about being a grandmother, talk about all of us that are mothers. It's not easy, but it's to me, it's a lack of respect. If that family wants it to be confidential, we should respect that and not use it as an instrument for your own personal. And I want to say thank you to the board that, we work together, and it's not easy what we're going to decide, but we're doing it for the best because we know our community. We've worked here, we've lived here. And that's what I see. People come and criticize us without even knowing what we've been through before, what we've lost money, what we've done, and maybe Ms. Dr. Potter may not be perfect, but she had a different idea, yes. She had brought a lot of services, a lot of support from outside to help us in programs and making our district even stronger. And a lot of you don't even know how other districts used to treat us. When we would go to conventions, go to meetings, they look at us and they say, oh, that's San Ysidro. But now, they see what we've tried to accomplish by ideas and dreams that other superintendents didn't have, didn't care. But, we've done it as employees, as staff members, as administrators, we've done it, and it hasn't been easy for our staff. And then we have people who come in and criticize without even knowing, without even really caring, because they would have a lot more respect and they would understand what it is to be educated and bring what your knowledge is to our classrooms and see how our kids, receive a little recognition. And yeah, we have a lot of kids that are homeless. But you know what? You don't understand that because you're not homeless. But I see how many people don't live in our community. They live across the border because they can't afford the rent. And their kids come at 4 or 5 in the morning to be dropped off with our morning programs with YMCA and picked up in the evening because they come across to work to pay for the rent over there. But the kids are not at fault because they're tired, because they have to get up early to come across. And how many hours do they spend crossing to get here by 6? You don't understand that and you don't care, because if you really cared, you would know what our community goes through. And to have our people, and to be fed here, and to be given food, And our kids sometimes, yeah, they can't function because they haven't slept, they haven't had meals. We've tried and we brought other communities to help us in that. And we're grateful for that. But that's why we become what we become now. But you can come and say and criticize, but you don't live in our community, you don't know. And it hurts me to hear that. But I know that you do care in a way, because you must be moms, and you've gone through maybe worse things than we have. But the only way that we can understand each other and work together is by, yes, listening, but working together. But it hurts to see how you come in, and I don't mean your group here. There's some of you that were very disrespectful, and I said, these aren't kids from our community. Because I know a lot of the high school kids, they would have better respect to come here and to shout out what you're
We're all from this community.
some of you that said.
You're shaming us.
Excuse me, this is not a back and forth. Can you please allow us to speak? We will ask you to leave. Excuse me, I think it's time to escort the people who keep calling out. Can you please? Sorry, it's been all night. It's back and forth, and we've given you many
Don't
opportunities.
come over to me, I can walk out by myself, okay? See the intimidation?
Please,
Y'all see it?
this is not intimidation, it's
It is
respect for a
intimidation when
community board meeting.
when I'm getting up to leave and then you got somebody coming to intimidate me to leave, that's intimidation.
Miss, the one in the red too, you've been shouting out and calling out. I'm sorry, we need to continue our board meeting.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I can tell you that I know a pedophile, and the police officer knows a pedophile, and they always go back and do.
Wait, Ms.
the
Zenaida,
same.
how many strikes did she have? She only talked like 2 times.
It's okay. I know how to
What's the Brown Act? What does the Brown Act say?
Thank you, thank you.
She was not disrespectful, she didn't curse, she
Well,
didn't say
speaking
nothing
out,
like that.
it's
She's a
down.
mother from one of our schools. No, I want to know what the Brown Act says before she leaves.
I did right now earlier,
That's our first point. Let her have that.
First warning, thank you.
You can
Come back.
Actually, I can respect you, and that's how much I can.
Anyway, I want to thank those that have stayed here, because I know it's not easy, and it's a working day and tomorrow also. But there's just so many things that I have a lot of faith. You can preach to me all you want, but I think you need to look at what you have inside. And one of them is to have faith, that I believe in peace, I believe in faith and love, because I love this community. I grew up here, I went to school here, my children did, and now my grandchildren. So don't tell me about my community. I know my community and I love it. And if we've done something wrong, then you do have that right. I'm not saying you don't, but as a parent of our community, you have a right to come and to ask and to let us know. But at the same time, you want respect from us, then show us respect when you come up here. Because that's what you're taught, hopefully, from your parents. That's your parents' obligation to teach you respect and give it so you can also have respect. And that's all I want to say.
Kenya?
Okay, thank you everybody for being here, the ones that you guys are still here. First of all, I want for my main topics to be as quoted and to be registered in the minutes, and I'll be happy to share my speech and everything that I say so it can be recorded correctly in the minutes. Good evening again. So, I speak to you tonight not only as an elected member of the San Ysidro School Board, but also as a mother. A mother whose own children walks the same halls, sits in the same classrooms, and trusts this district
to keep them safe every single day. That makes this moment deeply personal. When a tragedy of this magnitude happens, when a child in our care is harmed, when an information is delayed, and when parents are left in the dark, it is not only a moral failure, it is a breach of our legal duty as elected officials. As members of this board, we have a legal and ethical responsibility to protect our students above all else. Anything less is unacceptable. Dr. Potter, I ask you directly 3 questions. What the board policy allows this district to delay notifying parents when their children might be at the same risk? Was there an explicit request from law enforcement to withhold that information? And so, where is that documentation? Why was my repeated request to have working cameras in our schools not have been answered? These are not difficult questions. They are minimum that any responsible leaders should be able to answer. The truth is, parents should not have to beg for transparency. We, as board members, should not have to learn critical details from the news or from families demanding answers. The information about this case was public, yet even we, the governing body, we were not fully informed. That is not transparency. That is a cover-up. To minimize the seriousness of this crime, to change a penal code from 288.7A to a 188A in a letter to parents, removing key details that distinguish one of the most severe crimes under California law, it is not a clerical mistake. It is a deliberate act of concealment that undermines trust in this entire institution. Let's be clear. Penal Code 288A involves lewd acts with a child under 14. Penal Code 288.7A is far worse. It involves sexual act with a child 10 years old or younger and carries a sentence of 25 years or to life in prison. The district's attempt to soften the truth is both unconscionable and dangerous. As a mother, I cannot and I will not stay silent. As a board member, I am legally bound to act when I see negligence, deception, or harm to the very children I swore to protect. That is why tonight, I am calling for the immediate resignation of the superintendent, Dr. Potter. If Dr. Potter refuses, I am urging my fellow board members to fulfill their duty. To hold an emergency vote tonight to terminate her contract for loss of trust, lack of transparency, and violation of our obligation to protect students and respect parental rights. And to my colleagues, the community is watching. They're watching at home, they're watching in the news, they will watch everywhere. This is your moment to stand on the right side of history, not with bureaucracy, but with families who trusted us to lead. If my fellow San Ysidro school board members vote no to fire Dr. Potter, then I'm asking you to resign immediately for the sake of our children. We must take immediate steps to restore that trust, starting with real safety reforms, including cameras in every school and hallways, and at this level, even cameras in our classrooms and body cams for staff to wear appropriate. Parents deserve to know their children are safe, and that if anything ever happens again, they will be informed immediately. Not days or weeks later, immediately, as other neighbor district does. To the parents and community members here tonight, I stand with you. Please continue to speak up, get involved, and if you must run for office, our children need leaders who will put their safety above politics, pride, or position. I may sit as a San Ysidro school board member, but I speak from the heart as a mother. And I will never stop fighting until every child in San Ysidro is safe, protected, and treated with the dignity they deserve. Justice delayed is justice denied. Justicia tardía es justicia negada. Thank you. I urge to vote right now.
Mr. Arias?
Nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened. Mr. Arias?
I want to begin by thanking all the parents and community members who came here tonight to voice your very valid and heartfelt concerns. As a father and as a board member, I share your deep concern and frustration. The safety of every child in our schools must always come first. Without exception, we must hold ourselves to the highest standards of transparency and accountability. The San Diego Police Department and the San Diego County District Attorney's Office are actively investigating, and I have full faith that justice will prevail. I also support an independent investigation, and I want to add that I think all of you should be there. We should all have a part in that process so that we can all decide and be transparent in that way. Our families deserve clear answers, timely communication, and assurances that corrective measures will be taken. Going forward, I am committed to ensuring this board strengthens our reporting policies and rebuilds the trust that was shaken. Our children's safety must always remain our top priority. Thank you.
My comment's gonna be very brief today because I really fear my words taken out of context of what I say and then changed and put on media and being cyber bullied and attacked. That takes away from the integrity of why we serve this community. There are things we cannot say, and Kenya knows that too. It's all been explained to us in private, an oath that we took. That's why there is closed session. It's confidential. And yet, whatever I say, you're gonna twist it anyways. So I'm not gonna waste my breath. But what I am going to say is we care deeply about the family. The first thing they wanted was privacy. But that's not why we didn't say anything on the day they reported it to the police department. Everybody should know there's due process and things take a while sometimes. Sometimes too long for the victim, and it's not fair to the victim. But that's why we live in the greatest country in the world, because anybody can come and accuse you of something. Imagine that, and you get put away. And I'm by no means defending this individual who did a horrific thing. Every teacher is mandated Every instructional aide is mandated. Every custodian, secretary, every single person employed by the school district is mandated to report any kind of sexual abuse, child abuse. And we are held accountable if we don't do that. This community cares about children. And I know that this parent and this child, if they are really struggling to get past this, and it's going to live with them forever. But they know our district has reached out to this family. They know that we truly care, and we are going to remain giving them all the support that they need. Yes, the person is out. That's the way bonds work, unfortunately. He will have his day in court. He is the person responsible for this horrific act. He is the one responsible. And we are going to hold him accountable for his horrific actions. And we are going to continue letting our community who knows us know that your children are safe. And I'm glad we implemented a closed campus. We were long overdue. And just to make a correction with the school of my grandchildren, the only way you can volunteer at that school is by having fingerprints on file and showing the California Real ID. And yet, having a closed campus, we were accused that we were hiding things. Some people have the greatest imaginations. You accuse me of being a bully. I'm here to support our children. And sometimes, yes, I don't look at you in the eyes because I don't trust and I don't know who's feeding you or encouraging you to come here and attack our district. But it's happening, and it's been happening for 2 years. And I am sick and tired of it. You say that all we care is about recognitions. A district that was for many years criticized as one of the worst places for children to learn. And it turned around. And we've had other superintendents who have worked very hard to encourage our community not to give up on our children. Children love to be told, you're doing great. This is wonderful. You're learning a lot, or let me help you when you're not learning. Accolades and recognitions is a part of the educational system in the United States of America. We're not giving ourselves any of these awards. These awards are being highlighted and noticed because of the children. It's the children working because they like coming to school. And we want to protect every child, that their education is important. I'm so sad that today is Boss's Day and that you all have to sit there and hear a board meeting like we've never had before. But you know, San Ysidro's strong. We've gone through a lot, especially those of you who have grown up who are legacies in this community. Like Irene and her family. These accolades bring us grants and money for our children, programs. Some of you have accused funding in previous board meetings for homeless children that we are taking their money. How dare you? And you want outside people to come and evaluate how we're spending our money. We didn't get that A+ just because Marilyn has the most beautiful smile of a human being. She has to work, I'm sorry, Marilyn, I'm gonna say it, but she has to work her butt off. And you have no idea the fiscal problems we had prior to this cabinet and this administration. So today I want to thank all the leaders. Because of your leadership, our children are learning and coming to school. And I thank God they don't get to hear what we had to hear tonight. Because there are ways to ask for things. But when you come and you attack people, attacking the integrity of Antonio Martinez, a longtime resident, grew up in this community, went to college and came back to this community. You don't know the wars he has fought for this community because you don't know us. You are assuming because we didn't say anything for 9 months that we covered up. You have no idea because we cannot share with you. But Kenya knows. She knows the truth.
Yeah, that it was.
She just wants to keep hammering and dividing this community. But we're not going to allow that. And I'm not a dude, girl.
You're not the victims here.
So we're not. The
Stop
victim,
talking directly to
the
people
victim
that
is
a
the little
violation of
girl.
the Brown Act.
Excuse me, my
That is a
dear.
violation of the Brown Act.
You already had your chance.
You can't talk directly
Okay,
to the
so what I
public.
want to say is, you did. I thank all the leaders in this community, and I wish that this didn't have to happen because I don't even know how you're going to get up tomorrow morning and go to work. But I know it's going to make it better, the children. To put cameras in a classroom, that's called Big Brother is watching you. Read 1984.
There are space.
But to put camera in our schools, at the front of the schools and other locations, that is something we are going to be discussing. Of course, safety is very important to all of us. And you know we have been working, and we know we have limitations as to how to spend the bond money. But again, I just want to thank you for being here, the people who spoke up, everybody, both sides. But you really have to do your research before you come and accuse people. The leadership of Dr. Potter has not been easy because you don't know what happened prior to her leadership here. And no, you don't. You showed up 2 years ago. So what I want to say is, don't let yourselves, feel down. The leaders of every school here, I thank you for your leadership. Your work means that you care about children. For the people who come back and support us, Ms. Colon, your leadership, your integrity, your knowledge, your experience above everything. Connie and the authors of the Golden Bell is for the children. It's their bell. It makes them proud to say, I grew up and went to school in San Ysidro. Because for years, children would say, San Ysidro. They didn't want to say where they went to school. We have a lot of good people who work here. Alice, you keep coming back. Marta, Gloria, people who really serve this community and you understand it. So to be criticized, to be attacked, that's not really even fair. Because you're using your political agendas to attack a school board who has worked very hard for many years for this community. So I want to make a statement that our hearts are with the child and the family impacted by the Sunset Preschool incident. The safety and well-being and privacy of the child is of utmost concern to the district. Please know that the safety and well-being of every student of our district is and will always remain our highest priority.
Show it.
Your actions speak louder.
Show it.
Excuse me, this is a warning. If you let me speak, we let you speak. Nobody interrupted you. Thank you.
Gaslighting us.
Immediately upon being notified of the allegation by the San Diego Police Department, the employee was immediately placed on administrative leave out of abundance of caution. And termination proceedings have been in place, and he has been terminated. While we cannot comment on pending litigation, it is important for our families to know that our district continues to uphold the highest standards of safety for our students and families. Our district's commitment to student safety extends far beyond this case. We regularly review and strengthen our safety protocols and conduct comprehensive staff training and collaborate closely with law enforcement and child protections agencies. I support Board Member Martinez's recommendation for an independent investigation so that our community can be assured that our district followed the law at every step, and that schools uphold a culture of care and vigilance every day to keep our students safe. Their safety is our number one priority, and because of that, if you notice, we didn't have children here today, and that was not fair. They should have been here. But we did not want them to hear some of the stuff that was being said earlier. That is just appalling. The children know the truth. The truth is, this is a school district who truly cares about them. So I thank all the leaders. Today may be Boss's day, recognized, but every day is a day where we have schools where children are learning. We visit the schools, we see what's going on with the children. We have collaboration with all the administrators. And we just thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because without you, our schools would not flourish and our children would not have the education that they have been receiving in this community for many years and continue and will continue. Money is tight. This country is going through a heartache. And it's really painful to see how it's trickled down and affected our schools. I really know that it's very important to take care of our teachers. Healthcare, our CSEA, healthcare. Health is maybe at the beginning, as a new teacher, you may not visit that doctor that often, but boy, when you get to be my age, they know you by first name, or they know when you make those appointments, because we have to visit more often, unfortunately, something we really don't like. We should be taking care of the people who take care of our children. And so I know that it's very important, and we really support and stand by our educators, our CSEA, our staff, our administration, Dr. Potter's leadership. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sure I'm going to find 100 cyber attacks starting tonight probably, but it's what it is. I took an oath to protect the children of San Ysidro. I took an oath for confidential things that are discussed behind closed doors, because they have to be. I took an oath to keep privacy, confidentiality, and I have never, not once, disclosed anything that is discussed in there, and yet I hear a lot of what we discuss in there out here. So I wonder how that happens. Thank you.
Maybe because it was covering both. Sorry,
Dr. Potter, it's your turn to have a
Mr.
word.
Sanchez, I just wanna, because I'm transparent, I wanna say that I'm gonna formally request a complaint about Ms. Zenaida Rosario by violating the Brown Act and by talking directly to the public when is her public comment time. Thank you.
I did not.
That's my complaint.
Thank you, Madam President. My heart also goes out to the child and to her family. I want to echo the board president's caring concern for the child and family involved, and appreciation for our community's patience as we navigate this sensitive matter. The district follows all state safety protocols for school employees, including fingerprint background checks cleared by both the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and mandatory training in sexual harassment prevention and child abuse reporting. As soon as both the San Diego Police Department and licensing departments completed their investigations, the district distributed 3 communications regarding the incident to all families and staff district-wide. Due to pending litigation, coupled with privacy and child protection laws, the district is unable to provide additional information regarding this case. Please know that the district maintains comprehensive safety plans and supervision policies at every school. We understand the community's concerns, and we trust that the independent investigation as requested by Board Vice President Martinez, will reaffirm that the district acted immediately to place the employee on administrative leave for the San Diego Police Department investigation, and the district acted responsibly. The district acted in full compliance with the law. Our district partners with local safety agencies such as the San Diego Police Department, the National Guard, the San Diego County Office of Education Safety Division, and the district's attorney's office to ensure our school safety protocols meet the highest standards, to conduct school safety drills, review site security, and provide ongoing professional development for staff. Together, we remain steadfast in our commitment to ensuring that every child learns and grows in a safe and caring school environment.
Dr. Parr, are you gonna answer my questions? I know you mentioned we did cooperate with the legal authorities, but what I asked for is what the explicit request from law enforcement to withhold the information.
No, we need to continue our meeting. Kenya, this is not the place. 12.1.
I think this is the perfect place because it's where.
12.1
minutes,
approve the minutes of the regular school board meeting of August 14, 2025. Item 12.1 is to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting. On 12.1, we have Rosie Higuera, who would like to speak. Is she here?
Can I have a little break? Mr. Todd, I'm not sure what's happening with my Wi-Fi. Can you help me check it out? I'm not able to do my notes without it.
Rosie Higuera?
Yes.
Okay, remember, you're gonna be speaking to the item you signed up for, and the item is 12.1, and it's on the minutes.
About
The minutes of
yes.
Brown.
Yes.
The board meeting for August 14th.
It has come to my attention that there have been multiple Brown Act violations, and just being here today, I can see that completely. I see that you disrespect the public, Zenaida, Irene, you as well. The two of you have made yourselves out to be the victims instead of listening to the community that you were elected to serve. You guys are actually servants of this community. You're public servants. And you have a responsibility to these families to do the right thing. And you went on and on and on, Irene, about being in this community and outsiders and gaslighting the public that you work for, that you actually work for. That was shameful, very shameful. And Zenaida, you lied. You did speak to me, and you did violate the board, the Brown Act here, and then you lied to all of our faces. Our children and our community deserve better. You silenced Miss Peraza. How dare you? You guys are so disrespectful. We have our rights, and they come from God and God alone, and no one can take them away. So we will be filing multiple Brown Act violations, and you guys should do the right thing and fire Miss Potter. The kids deserve better. You guys have all the power. All it takes is 3 of you to do the right thing. But the question is, will you have the courage, Martin, to be a man of honor and integrity and fight for this little girl and her little family? And how many other children? Will you, Miss Peraza, have the courage and the boldness to fight and do the right thing and fire the attorneys? You guys can fire the superintendent. You can fire the lead teacher and the site director as well. Miss Lopez, will you have the boldness and the courage to even look at me as I speak and show respect and do the right thing? Or will you make it all about you? And what about you, Mr. Martinez? Are you a career politician? Is it all about power for you and name recognition? Or will you be the defender of the most vulnerable and do the right thing? Be a man of courage and stand up by your actions. What about you, Miss Rosario? Can you look at me as I address you, as you're doodling over there?
I'm writing everything you're saying.
Will you do the right thing? You said you were a mother and a grandmother, so am I. And I would want justice for this family, and I would do everything in my power to protect children. If children can't feel safe at school, why should parents bring them to school?
Your time is up.
Do the right thing, our kids deserve the best.
Approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of August 14, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No, until we get all the minutes as they should. All the public comments and every board member's comments as they quote, or at least to have the specific concerns.
12.2, resolution number 252600 all adopting the GAN limit.
So moved.
I'll second that. Oh,
May I have a vote?
aye.
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 I'm sorry, can you give me a minute? I'm trying to have Wi-Fi for my computer. I don't know why it stopped. What item are we?
12.2. We're still under general administration.
Yeah, go ahead.
We mark her as abstained?
Yeah.
I was gonna say yes, but sure.
Yep, so it's 4 and 1 abstention.
12.3, resolution number 25260018, temporary certificated employee release.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I have a public comment on the release.
We'll
We have a public comment on the release.
Okay.
Taxpayers' oversight for parents and students knows this resolution may sound routine, but it carries real consequences for teachers and staff that keep this district running. Under Ed Code 44954B, you're authorizing the superintendent to release temporary certificated employees, meaning some of these teachers will lose their jobs due to funding and program cuts. These employees deserve transparency, respect, and know their rights, not just a notice of release. Many of these employees don't realize that they have a choice to opt out of their union, keep all benefits, and still be covered under the same collective bargaining agreement with no loss of pay, health coverage, retirement, or job protections. Tonight's vote may release temporary staff, but both classified and certificated employees should know that the Supreme Court ruled that all government employees must never be forced to join any union. Most opt out to avoid funding the union's political causes and save money. You can go to optouttoday.com as well as Teachers Freedom Alliance. Opt out so you can pay your insurance. We wish and appreciate San Ysidro's certificated employees, and we wish them the best. Thank you for your service. Opt out of the union, save money, liberate yourself.
So we have a motion and a second, Madam President, and we can vote on this.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion. Unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
A second.
I do want to pull some items.
Are there any pulls?
They are. Okay, so 13C.1, 13D.1.
All right, let's do a little bit slower.
Can you go a little slower?
Okay, well, you're rushing me, so I'm trying to do it first.
13C.1.
Yes.
Okay.
13D.1, 13D.2, 13D.3, 13D.16, and 13D.20.
Guillermo Ramirez.
Can we just clarify what we're doing?
Yes, I'm sorry, we have a non-agenda item that somebody signed up a slip for, but Roxanne, you're going to be
Yeah,
speaking?
he had to leave early
On
and
behalf of-
he asked me, he messaged me and he sent me his speech, if I could read it for him.
Okay.
It says, "Hello, my name is Guillermo and I'm a concerned parent of 2 young girls. I spoke to several parents whose children attended Sunset Preschool last year, and they stated that the school never notified them of the sexual abuse case until September. As a dad of 2 little girls, I am worried that these type of incidents will continue. I'm worried that the school will not take accountability for notifying parents and give them the opportunity to pull their children if they felt that was the best decision for their family. The school met with all parents, and when they met with me, I asked, what is it that they were doing differently since the incident happened? And they said that nothing has changed regarding policies and practices. What will you do to prevent this from happening again? I worry about the future of my daughters, and I even thought of pulling them out of the school. But it is my daughter's right to attend a school in their neighborhood. As a concerned parent, I would like to see that there is something being done to prevent something like this from happening again. As a concerned parent, I would like to see that there are cameras installed in the schools, that there are new policies in place for parents to be able to be more involved in school, that the school is transparent about incidents like the one that happened in January with Jaime Molines. I want to express as respectfully as possible that if the superintendent and the board are unable to work together towards new policies that will protect our children, please allow for other people to take over and work towards every parent's common goal, child safety and future. I'm one of the parents that I would like to see new leaders who listen to parents, who care about children, and who put our children first by advocating for them. Thank you for listening." And then he also said, they've mentioned several times that they have a ratio that you fingerprint employees and that you train employees prior to their first day of work. What is your plan B since your plan A didn't work? Would be his question. Thank you.
So now we're, yes.
No, a couple of things, Ms. Rosario, if there is any public comment on items that are not being pulled, we can do that right now. Yeah, so.
Que Pablo Sainz Peretti. Community member, agenda item 13. General.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and community. I speak today not on my own authority, but standing on the authority of God's word. Yeshua said, "Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these." He said that in Matthew 19:14. And he also warned, if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it will be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Matthew 18:6. God's heart burns with justice for children. The Lord is a refuge for the oppressed, a stronghold in times of trouble. Psalm 9:9. To those who are hurting, to the child who was abused, to their family carrying pain, God says He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147:3. This is not just a legal or political issue. This is a moral and spiritual one. Protecting children is sacred. Every child is made in the image of God, and their safety must be a priority that no one can ignore or delay. Allow me to pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Yeshua, your Son, we lift up the entire San Ysidro School District, its board members, administrators, teachers, and classified employees, but especially our children and their families. We pray for any victim of abuse and their families. Lord, surround them with your love. Bring healing where there's pain, courage where there's fear, and justice where there has been harm. Expose every darkness. Bring accountability, and let this district be a place where children are safe, valued, and protected. John 1:5 says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." In Yeshua's name, mighty name, we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. So.
Okay, so the ones that are not pulled will go first, because we're about to approve the consent calendar.
13A and 13D9. Okay, so, for both is allegedly Audrey. 13A and what?
13A1, and then 13D9.
Are you asking me to do those both at the same time? I mean.
You can go, you can do one.
One and then the other, okay, yeah. Yes, so I mean Ephesians 5:11, we're not supposed to have fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but we're supposed to reprove them. And as you guys are dealing with employment, it's just interesting to hear you guys talk about how, about confidentiality and, protecting the privacy and different things. And, that's not what this is about. It's about making sure that without giving any kind of private information, like a name of this little girl or the family, but ensuring that, how do you know if it's been 9 months and you guys want to investigate this, how do you know that no other children have been affected? How have you gone? I mean, if you would have done this immediately and said, we need to go and see who this man has had contact with, every single child, and make sure that none of them have also been sexually abused, it doesn't mean that there has to be something in their underwear. Because after time, that's gone, right? So the evidence isn't there, but if we're not willing to make sure that that's taking place, because if you're hiring all of these people, and again, what is Plan B? If you did Plan A, and this is what we have, what do you have in place to make sure that this doesn't happen? Because pedophiles go where children are. They don't look scary. They're not like some monster that's coming out and is like, rawr, because that's not how you can get to a child. You get to a child by knowing everything that they love, the books that they read, the shows that they watch. You befriend them. You make them like you so that you can get into a place of comfort with them so that they don't fight back. So when you're sitting here saying you're fingerprinting somebody, and, I mean, you fingerprinted Jaime. And he had close contact with children, and I guarantee you that little girl is not the only one. Because he didn't just come here and start doing it one day. This is a very seasoned pedophile who I was sitting next to in Chula Vista. And just because he shaved his face, you can put lipstick on a pig, but he's still a pedophile. And he tried to look all nice, like, don't look at me, you want to present this really nice picture. But he should get 25 years to life on December 3rd, when he's going to be seen again in Chula Vista, Department 5 at 8:30 a.m. I would suggest that you guys go. If you do support her, you should go stand behind the family. Because other than that, I feel like you're protecting this person when you're talking about confidentiality. This is what happens in CPS when they're trying to confidentiality, like use that as an umbrella to say they're protecting children when they're not. And they're hiding sexual abuse in CPS too. And you guys bring them into your school.
The second item is 13.9. So agreement.
Yeah, this is for healthcare, I know it's about. So this is interesting because even, again, CPS is in school. CPS traffics children. They abduct them from their families. They don't, protect children. They do anything but that. And when we talk about going into people's homes and even being trusted to deal with special education children, I just don't understand how anybody can be trusted when you guys want to keep things confidential. When you want to, say, if somebody files a lawsuit, that's public record. So any of that information could be found out anyway, whether or not you guys release it, whether the press does, whoever does. But it's scary to think about, people going into people's homes and being trusted to do that. When you guys, want to sit here and you don't like dissent, you don't like people coming, you're public figures. And you sit there and complain about people talking about you, it's just really sad because people are fighting for these children that shouldn't have to go through this. A parent shouldn't have to wonder if their child was sexually abused by a man that you hired. You should know without a doubt that nobody else has been, but I guarantee you none of you do. You don't know for sure. And after you wait 9 months, you think that children are gonna wanna tell people anyway? Children don't trust just anybody, and they're not just gonna, if you do investigate something, they're not just gonna come up and say, yeah, it happened, but they can tell somebody that they know and that they trust.
It's funny to see you guys down taking your notes and doing your things like you really care about. Do you know what I'm saying? And then you thank people on one side while you're ostracizing people on another side. And you wonder why there's a division between the people you created. You do, and you're gonna be running for city council. San Diego City is super corrupt. You will fit in perfectly. Yeah. Yes, you will. And it's sad, because you guys have such an arrogance. It's just like Lucifer, he'll sell you heaven and you'll end up in hell. And he inverts everything. And then it's like, oh, you play the victim and you want to be like, poor me, oh my gosh, right? Right. Poor that little girl. Poor her. For having to endure that man doing what he did to her and leaving
Your
his
time is
DNA in her underwear.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much. And you did speak very quickly. It was wonderful.
Now we're going to take a vote for the consent, for all the ones except the polls. So we already had a motion, and now we're going to vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. I vote no. 13C.1.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so I want to take the opportunity for this item in the agenda to officially propose a policy titled Inclusion for all students in field trips and activities. The policy ensures that every student in the same grade, general education and special education, participates together in all school-sponsored trips and extracurricular experiences. The only time a student will not attend is if the student or their parents choose not to go. This proposal honors the right guaranteed under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, the American with Disability Act, and California Education Code 220 and 56-345, all of which affirms that every child has an equal right to access every aspect of their education. Inclusion is not just compliance, it's compassion. It's the promise that every child belongs, learns, and experiences together. And you already received my email proposal 2 hours ago. So please, I invite all of the board to at least have this item in the agenda. Thank you so much.
Yes, now we'll have a vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Everybody?
Yes.
Aye votes. 13D.1, agreement with Securitas Technology Corporation for the monitoring and maintenance of the security system at Willow Elementary School.
So moved.
We have a speaker slip on this item, Karina Robles.
Buenas noches de nuevo. Como madre de un estudiante de educación especial, quien en múltiples ocasiones ha sido afectado a causa del bullying, pido a los miembros de la mesa directiva que cámaras de seguridad sean activadas para la protección de nuestros hijos. Basta ya de excusas, pues el caso reciente de Sunset es más que suficiente para inmediatamente tener en funcionamiento las cámaras para evitar que más abusos a manos de depredadores sigan ocurriendo. Señor Íñiguez, Mr. Bojorquez, miembros de la Junta, necesitamos cámaras urgentemente para la tranquilidad de los padres y la protección de nuestros niños de este distrito. Dejen ya de negarle los derechos a nuestros niños, quienes necesitan estar seguros dentro de sus escuelas. es lo mínimo que ellos se merecen. Es muy preocupante que cada vez que los padres pedimos cámaras en funcionamiento para protección de nuestros hijos, se nos niegue. No nos den más excusas, sino esperamos que estén dispuestos a proteger a nuestros hijos y dejen de insistir que la seguridad de ellos es su prioridad si no piensan protegerlos. Gracias.
So I'll make the motion for 13D.1.
I second. All in favor?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Comment.
Yes, these are questions, well, I don't know if I should ask Dr. Potter or Mr. Inez. Okay, so 13D.1, agreement with Securitas Technology Corporation. So I just want to confirm, this contract or this specific purchase of $18,000 is exactly for what? Can you explain that to the public?
Yes, so it's right here on the agenda, which is of the contract, 20.5% of the contract is for cloud storage to be able to access the video as needed. 9.5% of that contract is monitoring access to be able to access the iPhone intercom, which is the one that goes from the main office out to the pedestrian and vehicle gate. And then 70% of that has to do with maintenance, parts, and labor as needed. And this is for 1 year.
Okay, and this is for how many cameras?
This is for all of the iPhone cameras, which are 1, 2, 3. And then there's the other 2 cameras that are at the front of the school, so that's 5.
So we have 5 cameras in what school, Willow?
This is Willow.
Okay. I'm sorry, maybe we did, I don't recall if we approved the 5 cameras. I just wanted to confirm how many cameras we have in Willow and if they're functioning right now.
Yes.
Okay,
These are, yes.
okay, so the old ones were removed and now we have new ones. Okay, so what I understand from this contract is that someone external from our district will be monitoring our cameras and will provide data of certain events. Can you explain into more detail how this service will work?
So if we have an incident and the district wants to go back and look at the video recording of that incident, that is essentially what the cloud storage would allow us to do.
Okay. Is there a certain way if something happens, if the camera detects a certain event, will be communicated right away? Does that technology offers that?
As far as an alert, no, because a camera wouldn't be able to interpret essentially what it sees. No.
Well,
there's
with
no alert.
AI these days.
But if you mean like a motion sensor or something like, no, we didn't pay for that service, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does our contract with Securitas handle video data privacy? And where is cloud footage stored and who has access?
Cloud storage is stored with this company, which is part of the cost, is that we can't store here. Our information system is out of date and needs to be upgraded. So this would be with the company to answer your question.
Okay, and what about the data privacy? How it's handled?
It's not shared with anyone outside of us here in the contract.
Which is the administrators?
Yes, the district administrators who have purview over this. So for example, you have the site principal. And if there's an incident that needs to be accessed, the site principal would have access to that. I, here at the district, would have access to that, yes.
Okay, and if there's an incident, God forbid, will parents be able to access to these, to this certain camera footage?
Well, to the extent that it's a public record, yeah, to the extent that it's a public record, sure,
Oh, good.
yeah.
And one last question,
Yeah.
how often we will receive data collection of this and of what was gathered? I don't know, maybe each month, each 2 months, a week, I don't know. What is the data recollection?
So I'm not sure I know what you're asking. Are you asking me how often will we store it? Or-
No, are we gonna receive any data collection of, I don't know, certain, what happened during the day, what happened during 2 weeks, maybe any type of what's happening during the day?
I think what she's asking is if we're gonna get recaps of the footage that has been recorded.
Well, there is no written report, summary, recap, if that's what you're asking.
So it's only when something happened?
Well, it's more than that. That's what we're paying for, the ability to go back and be able to look at any particular day or time should something be brought to our attention. But as far as the intercom phones, those are being, that's something that you're accessing it in real time. And so the question's thrown me because that's what we're paying for. That is to say, we can go back in time, anytime.
Anytime?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking if
Yeah.
there's like a monthly report kind of thing
No,
that
not,
they provide?
yeah, no, not by default.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is for, I'm sorry, for a year contract, 1
Yeah,
year?
1 year.
Okay.
1 year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for asking, for
Thank you.
answering.
Let's call for a vote, please.
We'll call for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
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 13D.2. Allegedly, changing on this item.
So first of all, data gets shared because they give it to third-party data sharing, that's what they do. Just like with ALPRs, different things like that, you have companies that say they don't sell your data, but they do, it gets distributed. So when you say it's secure, it really isn't. And what kind of, what are you holding on this cloud storage? It's just interesting. But I'm wondering, when you were talking about surveillance, and you're saying that it's $45,000 for a camera, when I just do a quick Google search and I say, ask a question like that, what does it cost for a school to put in a camera? And it would say $45,000, so you're like basically having, AI or Google tell you this, but I can do a quick search too and see that Rumbus does schools surveillance, and it's like, some of the cameras are like $500. They have many different ones, and they have different levels of data or time periods where they hold the data. So I feel like you guys, anytime the government is going and looking for something, this is how racketeering happens, because you have people and entities coming in saying, this is how much it's gonna cost. And it's interesting that you can say that, for one of those cameras, it's $18,000 to monitor it, but then you've got 5 cameras at another school that cost you $18,000 a year. It's like, how do you not go back and see what you've done in this school or whatever? I just feel like it's a bunch of nonsense when I can do a Google search and come up with that same information as far as the cost of it, but I can also find other companies that are significantly cheaper than what you guys are saying. And, when you're talking about Big Brother watching you, it's like, we're talking about children being protected here. So I'm pretty sure that it's not Big Brother watching you like that. It's making sure that you're not hiring pedophiles and they're not going into a place where a child is napping and distributing their DNA in their underwear. Wonder why that happens, right? So if you're not willing to protect children in that aspect, I don't understand, because then it'd be like you're trying to protect yourselves for doing nefarious things. I mean, you should have no problem, like, when people wanna hide stuff and be like, we can't do this in front of you, that means you are hiding, you are omitting, you are pretty much obstructing justice by doing that. You should wanna be transparent, say, let's do it all out in the open. Why not? Because you don't want to be seen. It's really interesting to watch demons as they, struggle to be exposed. They don't like it. Because when the light shines bright, the darkness trembles, and it is very evident up on this board. Because you guys are visceral when the truth comes out. Woe to you.
Now, we have to make a motion and a second and then discussion. And I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yeah, I would like to alternate a motion to agree with the condition of having Mr. Antonio under the bid, and also on providing the information to the community so they can also, if there's a potential person or company, a local company, for them to also provide their services. So, do I have a second? Shocking.
Motion dies. Take a vote.
Yeah.
Can we take a vote?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 They still want cameras, of course.
Aye.
5-0.
No, 14D3 is the next one. 13B is in David 3, and I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
So I have a question about 13D.16. Are we,
D.3.
I mean, yes, 13D.3, but it's in alignment with 13D.16, which is the amend number 1 to Core West Inc. for the San Ysidro Middle School revitalization project. So my question is, do we add bonds purchasing in this report, in the purchasing report? And if not, how can we find the monthly purchase report of spending bonds?
The purchase report is 1 month in arrears, so all contracts are on the purchasing report.
From the bonds?
For the bonds too, all funds.
Oh, okay, I thought that bonds purchasing has to be separate from general funds.
We report all funds under the purchasing report.
Okay, yeah, I would like to see if we can check if that is something that we should be doing. Can you please, Marilyn, explain what is the difference between building fund prop and Measure U GEO bond funds?
Building fund?
Yes, it's because I see that in the purchasing report from September, from building funds prop, a total quantity of almost 4 million. And today, there's an item in the agenda where we agreed to pay 5 million from Measures U, GEO bonds, funds. So I just want to know the difference. Thank you. Between both of them. And building funds props is from the GEO bonds funds. And I guess I'm asking if it's also the same thing. Is it the same thing, or is there a difference?
Building bond funds, is that what it's saying? I don't have the September report.
Yeah, in the list of the purchasing report, that's what it states. Building funds prop.
Does it have a account number? I can tell.
Well, you know what, I cannot access it too.
Oh,
I don't have Wi-Fi in my computer, but if you go to the hyperlink, we can definitely look it up. Hold on, let me see if I have it here.
it's down.
Let me see if I can.
The internet's down.
Oh, you can answer that question later.
Okay.
It's just, to me, it's very similar, and I just know why, if it is the same, why the different name? That is what, got me confused. But yes, we
Okay.
can talk about this later.
Okay.
Can you call for a vote, Madam President?
Yes. We'll now call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yeah, hi.
Next vote is 13.
D.16. I'll make the motion.
D16.
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yeah, it was just about the same thing, so the discussion is over.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. 13D.20,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
discussion?
Yeah, Ms. Marilyn,
Yes.
I just wanted, and I think I know I have an idea from earlier, but can you please explain what was wrong with the original special education maintenance of effort calculation? And what was changed to fix it on this revised financial report?
For the special ed maintenance, it's called budget, SEMB. We needed to include the exemptions, and those are the students that are the cost of the special ed students that are no longer with us. So we needed to include that in the calculation in order to pass one of the tests. And we passed one of them. So that's the budget year, the current budget year. So the final numbers will happen a year from now in September.
And the revision was reviewed by the County Office of Education?
Yes, County Office of Education and SELPA, that's the requirement.
Oh, got it. So they get back to you and they say what was the finding?
Yes, they ran the calculation and then they said that the budget passed. I worked closely with someone from SELPA and he came down and we worked through it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, yes.
Isn't this material that when we sit with all of you from all of these articles, when we sit for a board review, these are the questions that we should be asking, and then you give us the answer, because I had several that I asked.
Yeah.
You know, and then I take my notes, and that should be something that should be done. That's why we have I think it's.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this specific item in the agenda, I didn't have the materials in that moment of my agenda review, that's why I'm asking right now.
But that's why you ask, but it's easy to ask, that's what I've done.
Again, in the agenda review, I didn't have the materials because it was not provided.
Let's call for a vote.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene the closed session at 11:25 p.m.
I second.
All those
Aye, all those in favor? Aye.
we all vote? All right, so we're reconvening a closed session.
Into open session and closed session, and there is nothing to report. And thank you and good night.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to second that motion.
And that's at 12:27.
Oh my, thank you. And it is tomorrow already, so
12:27, we vote on.
October 17, 2025. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.